So first of all, I just want to welcome everyone here. Let's see, I'm looking and okay, there's my counterpart. Okay, so welcome you all to this symposium on emerging challenges and opportunities for civil and commercial uses of GPS. Of course, we could spend an entire day and if not more on military and national security uses of it, but then we couldn't be in this lovely room. So today, also a note that one of the reasons for this particular date of this is for those of us who make ourselves feel old, this is about the 25th anniversary of the turning of SA to zero. So some of you might remember selective availability, only if you're of a certain age, and how people complained about that. And then when we turned it to zero and immediately gave the world this nice higher accuracy, people complained about that too. Um, in terms of the impact internationally and domestically. So GPS policy goes back a long way. One of the new publications out here, I'll flack for it, is Aerospace Corporation. My friend Brian Whedon has done a new publication on U.S. policy decisions that shaped civil and commercial use of GPS, which go back to the original decision to make GPS available to the world in the aftermath of the Korean Airline 007 shoot down. But then there's a bunch of other things that happened after that, and Brian's new paper goes into it. And I've argued with him about important decisions that he left out, but that's maybe a future publication that he'll get to. We're especially really pleased today to have a great lineup of speakers. You can see that in the program. But most importantly, I wanted to first start with turning over to my colleague, Jamie Marin of Aerospace Corporation. Also might want to say a few words, and then we'll introduce our keynote.
Thank you, Scott. I probably should have pre-positioned here for precise timing, but it's lovely to see so many former and current colleagues and friends in the audience here. And as always, I want to thank Scott and the Space Policy Institute for what is, I think now, 8 years of active partnership in co-hosting events, and well over a decade in 15 years in sponsorship. And it's been an extremely, I think, constructive partnership. We're grateful for the chance to highlight the work that Dr. Whedon has just published, but even more excited to bring together the community of people interested in these topics. The question of the anniversary of the elimination of selective availability is a little bit of it's a little bit of a conceit, right, to build a conference around it, but it is extraordinary how much the world has changed in its use of timing and positioning data in these last 25 years. And I think it's instructive as we think about other emerging areas in space policy where foresight and deliberate thinking about how to create a structure for the future can meet a little bit of luck and kismet to deliver extraordinary things for the people of the world. At Aerospace and at the Space Policy Center, particularly Aerospace right now, we're really trying to focus on where are the ways in which forward thinking on both the technical and a policy level can really enable new human accomplishment in and through from space. And we are in a period where we can reconsider our traditional ways of looking at things, where we can reconsider the sorts of missions that we're looking to accomplish. We can reconsider what qualifies as benefits, and we can, I think, open aperture in terms of policy economics and in terms of even what is technically feasible. So it's a delight to welcome everybody here. I'm looking forward to a really exciting day. And once again, Scott, thank you for the many years of partnership.
Okay, so terrific. And it's especially enjoyable to introduce our keynote speaker for the morning, Steve Bradbury, the U.S. Deputy Secretary of Transportation. Steve and I overlapped a little bit in Trump 1, and of course stayed in touch through the interim, and now he's back. I think the line is, before I was so rudely interrupted. No. Steve is a terrific leader and very, very knowledgeable about GPS, about spectrum issues, about international dependencies, aviation safety, and so on. So I think a terrific pick for the Department of Transportation. If you his bio, of course, is in your program, and which will also be made available and also on our sort of website. Again, in a previous incarnation at the Department of Transportation, he had been the general counsel, where we had worked very closely together on reform of regulatory issues. So regulatory issues relating to space launch was one of those, which is still, of course, a subject. We thought we had solved the problem, but it's still with us. But we had worked very closely on that and really appreciated the support you gave, because it was tough. People said, "Oh, this is going to take really a long time," and so forth. No, we're gonna get it done, and really it would not have been possible without Steve's leadership. With that, I'd like to have him join and talk to us a little bit about GPS and all things related. Steve.
Scott, thank you. Thank you. Great to be here. It's really rather intimidating because I know this audience is very technical and very knowledgeable about GPS, positioning, navigation, timing systems, PNT. I really want to thank the organizers of the symposium, Scott Pace. Few people have contributed as much or more than Scott to U.S. space policy. And Jamie Marin and Ryan Wheaton of the Aerospace Corporation. I also want to thank the Elliott School for International Affairs and Dean Alyssa Ayers for hosting the symposium today. Global Positioning System, GPS, is really one of America's great gifts to the world. As probably everybody here knows, before GPS, we relied critically on LORAN, long-range navigation signals. The Coast Guard operated LORAN systems that broadcast out to sea for shipping. The FAA relied on LORAN for aviation safety purposes, but it was very limited. And then it was about 52 years ago that Colonel Brad Parkinson of the Air Force and his team began thinking about the system that became GPS for the United States. And the U.S. Military, the Air Force, was responsible for building and launching that system. The first Navstar satellite was launched in 1978. And then, of course, as Scott mentioned, in 1983, President Reagan made GPS available generally after the Russian shootdown of the Korean airlines. In 1993, the system was finally fully deployed with 24 satellites. And then, of course, in 2000, as we're celebrating the 25th anniversary, President Clinton directed DoD to shut off the selective availability and made it really available to the whole world. And it's really a free utility that the world can take advantage of. And as a result of those investments by the U.S. Department of Defense and those policy decisions by American leaders, there has been this just explosion in civilian uses and commercial development that depends on GPS. It's really transformed our world. It's almost as significant as the creation and use of the internet when you think about it. And I think the only ones who may be sorry about this development are the old-fashioned cartographers and maybe paper manufacturing industry, I suppose. Transportation uses of GPS are really at the center when we think about what it makes possible in our daily lives. All of us are now just take as second nature. We're so used to the navigation apps that we use to get around on the roadways. And of course, commercial trucking operators rely on those heavily for their fleet management. Rideshare apps use GPS, obviously. Aviation has always been a critical user of GPS and GPS capabilities to keep our airspace safe. And the FAA is at the center of that. We saw this horrible collision over DCA back in January, the Reagan National Airport, the collision of the helicopter and the plane. And what we know is that Black Hawk helicopter had a certain safety system turned off. And that safety system is known as ADS-B, Automated Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, a signal that tells air traffic controllers and potentially other aircraft about the location of an aircraft, precise location. Well, of course, that relies critically on GPS. There are also, of course, maritime uses for shipping and ports for navigating of ships in and out of ports. And then railroads are now critically dependent on GPS. We have something called positive train control. Congress has mandated it for all railroads in the country, from commuters to the biggest freight railroads, and DOT has been responsible through the Federal Railroad Administration for ensuring the rollout of positive train control. And that improves dramatically the safety of the operation of rail systems. That depends critically, again, on GPS. Emergency responders, first responders and emergency vehicles, emergency systems depend on it. And of course, increasingly, commercial space, a critical part of the development of our space industrial base, and the private investment in that, again, depend on GPS. There are also, in the area of transportation, just super exciting and innovative new uses that, again, depend on applications involving GPS. Autonomous vehicle technology or automated vehicles depend on GPS. Advanced air mobility, electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles, and drone operation depend very much on GPS. And we're looking at new technologies, vehicle-to-vehicle communications, vehicle-to-infrastructure communications, smart infrastructure concepts for future improvements in safety to drive the unfortunate, persistent level of deaths on American highways down from around 40,000 closer to zero, which is our goal. These technologies will depend critically on GPS. And it's really because transportation uses of GPS are so fundamental to the civilian side of GPS use that the Department of Transportation is a co-chair of what's known as the PNT Executive Committee, or PNT XCOM. It was first stood up in 2005, and it's co-chaired by the Department of Transportation, responsible for taking the lead for the US government on civilian use of GPS, and the military, which is of course responsible for the operation of the satellite systems, the system itself. There are also, of course, many non-transportation applications of GPS, increasing numbers. Not every American may be familiar with this, but precision agriculture, one of the first non-transportation related uses of, or non-military uses of GPS. And we're very dependent now on precision agriculture. Construction, surveying, mining, drilling, pipeline inspections, very critical for the safety of pipeline operations. And then time synchronization for almost every financial transaction, all of our power grids, and cellular service. They all depend on precision timing, which is offered through GPS. There've really literally been trillions of dollars in private investment and benefits to the US economy from GPS. NIST, the National Institute for Standards and Technology, estimated in 2019 that up through 2017, there had been about $1.4 trillion of value to the US economy from GPS. But that is pretty much of a gross underestimate, because it doesn't count all the transportation applications that I described, which are some of the most important for our economy. Now, the flip side of this dependence on GPS is vulnerability. Our GPS systems are very vulnerable. Um, Again, NIST estimated that if we lost GPS, the cost to the US economy would be about $1 billion a day. And again, I think that's a gross underestimate. GPS, as probably everybody here knows, relies on medium Earth orbit satellites that transmit signals with low power when they're received by receivers on the surface of the Earth. Low power so that they don't interfere with a lot of other uses. But because of that low power reception, the receivers on the Earth that use GPS are very vulnerable to interference. And also, whether intentional or unintentional, and the intentional types of interference are increasing. Jamming signals and spoofing or tricking the receiver to think it's the signal that is overriding the GPS is the bona fide GPS signal. IATA, the International Air Transport Association, estimated in a report published just last year that the incidence of jamming in the world that they've taken account of have increased 175% in recent years, and the incidence of spoofing 500%. So we have a big issue. It's a big national issue for America. It's a national security issue. And this was taken notice of by President Trump in his first term, Trump 45. He issued two important framing documents, Executive Order 13905, which directed a whole of government effort to address the resiliency of our GPS systems, particularly for critical infrastructure uses. And then in January of 2021, Space Policy Directive 7, something that I know Scott worked integrally on. And Space Policy Directive 7 reaffirms the central importance of the PNT XCOM, as we call it, the Positioning, Navigation, and Timing Executive Committee, which is a multi-agency, all of government effort to work on what need our policy to maintain, to improve, to augment, and to develop alternatives to, as necessary, GPS. And the PNT XCOM, again, is co-chaired by the Deputy Secretary of Defense, now Steve Feinberg, for the military, and by me, Deputy Secretary of Transportation for civilian uses. And within the Department of Transportation, we have an important office within the Office of the Secretary, and the component that deals with research and technology development. We call it OSTR. And within OSTR, we have an office of PNT and spectrum management. And the Volpe Center up in Cambridge is part of OSTR and integrally involved in supporting the work of that office. And in addressing the need for improving the resilience of GPS, there are a number of things we need to do, and it's pretty well recognized. And the PNT XCOM and the PNT Advisory Board, which outside experts which help to advise the XCOM, have recognized this. We need to make our GPS satellites themselves more robust with new signals technology and encryption. We need to ensure that ground-based receivers incorporate improved cybersecurity and more sophisticated systems that can detect, avoid jamming and spoofing, and then if they are jammed or spoofed, can more quickly and effectively recover from that interference. And the Department of Homeland Security and NIST, part of the Department of Commerce, are working on developing frameworks, standards, and protocols to help ensure this cybersecurity resilience so that they can then be adopted by private users of GPS receivers. And we need to protect the spectrum that's required for GPS. FCC has a critical role there because, of course, FCC approves spectrum uses in bandwidths of spectrum that are adjacent to GPS. And Department of Transportation has been very involved in working with the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, NTIA, within the Department of Commerce in providing comments to the FCC to help guide the FCC's policymaking in protecting that spectrum use by GPS. And then, of course, we need to develop, as the president recognized in SPD 7, what's now called complementary PNT systems. These are systems that don't rely on GPS, or at least provide a basis for positioning or timing signals that are independent of GPS, that can help supplement GPS, and if GPS goes out for any reason, for any period of time, can help as a backup system for GPS. So we call this complementary PNT, and it's now recognized again as a critical national need, a national security imperative. And SPD 7 directed that we focus on developing complementary PNT, and Congress through legislation has also directed. And Department of Transportation has a critical role here. We are conducting tests to identify and validate reliable options for complementary PNT system providers. The Volpe Center, again, up in Cambridge, working with NASA, working with other agencies, conducting tests, conducted a whole slew of tests back in 2020 at the end of the first Trump administration. And we actually identified and picked 9 different vendors or commercial providers of complementary PNT services, which receive small business innovative research contracts from DOT. And these providers represent a variety of different technologies. Some rely on low Earth orbit satellites to supplement GPS. Some rely on terrestrial fiber optic systems, mostly for precision timing, which is a critical aspect of what GPS provides. Some rely on terrestrial radio frequencies, for example, cell towers or 5G towers, to communicate coordinates, to help triangulate for positioning. Some rely on TV broadcast spectrum. And interestingly, some rely on databases involving maps, and map matching. So that some of this technology, based on a database with a map and certain inputs from your vehicle, for example, can determine exactly where you are on the map at any given time, your direction, your velocity, et cetera, with completely independent of GPS. So the vision here is for the development of multiple commercial providers with interrelated systems for civil PNT services, and again, independent of GPS. And we announced a continuation of this testing last year, and we're now engaged in a second round of testing of additional types of technology. And this will include what's called enhanced LORAN, eLORAN. Congress directed us to include eLORAN in the testing. So those systems are also being included. And what we intend is to incentivize a private investment and commercial development of these systems, in part by partnering commercial vendors with critical infrastructure operators that need complementary PNT services as a critical requirement. Other nations operate their own global navigation satellite systems, GNSS, akin to GPS. Some of them have even more precise capabilities at this point. But most of those other nations are investing in their own government build out of complementary PNT. A lot of them rely on eLORAN. But in the US, we're trying to develop private investment and commercial vendors to offer these capabilities. One of the use cases for this commercial complementary PNT capability is the FAA. The FAA is a heavy user, as I mentioned before, for aviation safety of GPS and could potentially be a user of complementary PNT services. MARAD, the Maritime Administration within DOT, also could be a user. And then other government entities, operations, agencies could potentially be users of commercial complementary PNT services to help jumpstart this new commercial industrial base for the United States. FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, obviously has an important role. And on March 28th, they issued a notice of inquiry asking for input and comments on FCC's role potentially in helping to develop complementary PNT and strengthening our GPS system. And that's very helpful development. And again, DOT provided comments through NTIA to that FCC notice of inquiry. And from our perspective, the FCC has an important role. As I mentioned, it needs to manage the spectrum needs to help protect GPS, but also to accommodate the development of complementary PNT. And the FCC can also help in testing and validation of different complementary PNT systems and encouraging standard setting as necessary to ensure interoperability among the different systems within this system of systems. And then also developing the regulatory framework in terms of communications regulation or to help encourage the development of commercial use. The PNT XCOM, which I co-chair, is going to be meeting this fall. And that'll be the first big meeting of the PNT XCOM during the current administration. And we hope to make headway in advancing all of these critical initiatives for strengthening America's civil PNT infrastructure. Finally, before I finish, I just want to take a moment. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge two people who've had an enormous and influential impact on the development of PNT policy for the United States. One is Karen Van Dyke. She recently retired from the Department of Transportation after more than 36 years of service, and she was the longtime director of our Office of PNT and Spectrum Management. Her dedication, her expertise have been critical to the development of PNT policy for the United States. And the second person is retired Coast Guard Admiral Thad Allen. He has been, he actually was, I think, the 23rd Commandant of the Coast Guard. And let me make sure I get that right. Yes, he was the 23rd Commandant of the Coast Guard. And he has been a longtime member since 2013 of the PNT Advisory Board to the PNT XCOM. And he's been the chairman of the advisory board since 2019. And I think it's fair to say that Admiral Allen has PNT in his blood. His father, who was also in the Coast Guard, back in 1955, deployed to build the first Coast Guard Loran station on Bataan Island in the Philippines. And 55 years later, in 2010, Admiral Allen himself presided over the decommissioning of the last Coast Guard Loran station in Wildwood, New Jersey. So obviously his history, his experience with these systems has, again, just like Karen Van Dyke's, been absolutely critical to informing U.S. policy and the development of the capabilities and resilience for PNT that I think will provide a basis for improved investment, commercial development, and prosperity for the United States and really for the world in the century to come. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be here. I'm happy to take questions.
And yeah, we have time for a few questions and start.
Matteo Luccio. I understand that the charter or mandate for the advisory board has expired. Will it be renewed?
Well, one of the requirements of SBD 7 is that we maintain an advisory board. So I would envision that we would continue to have an advisory board for XCOM. Yep.
Dana Goward with the Resilient Navigation and Timing Foundation, sir. First, thank you very much. It's incredibly important you being here and letting us know that this is an important issue for you. Really appreciate that. You mentioned the possibility that federal agencies might subscribe to alternative services. I would mention that cybersecurity is also a big issue because GPS supports so many IT system, both in their operation and also in the data that's provided their applications. And so that's a big federal need as well.
Right.
One of the challenges with commercial alternatives is that folks really haven't seen the federal government take its own advice to heart and begin
Right.
to subscribe to these services. And so they don't know that the federal government is serious and they don't know what's going to be around for the next 10 years or so. So
Yeah.
how do you see this going forward? And do you see an enterprise contract for the federal government, individual agencies, or is there anything you can give us in terms of the landscape in the next year or so?
Well, it's not up to me alone. I can't just snap my fingers and make it happen, but we are working. The vision is to work together across the government, all the different interested agencies at the direction of the president, to find a pathway forward, because we recognize, and the president has indicated, it is most definitely in the national interest to develop this commercial complementary capability. And the obvious problem with that is that GPS, which is highly precise, has high fidelity, provided it's still available to us, GPS is free. It's a free utility. That makes the business case for investing in commercial alternatives very, very difficult for developers. And that's why there is this focus on the federal government as a kind of first mover, potentially, to identify uses where it makes sense for the federal government to have these complementary backup systems and to actually invest in acquiring them from commercial vendors. And we just need to work out a way to do that. And we need to create the framework for making it possible. We need to ensure we have the appropriations from Congress to support it, and government policy behind it. All of those elements need to fall in place. And I think, as I indicated, that's going to be one major focus of our PNT XCOM, kind of all of government effort to make that happen, because it is in the national interest. But I can't tell you exactly how and when it's going to happen
Of course. Thank you, sir.
today.
Richard Easton, co-author of GPS Declassified. What are the soft power consequences of the enhancement in the Chinese system?
What are the soft power consequences of the enhancements in the Chinese system? The Beidou system operated by China is the Chinese version of GPS. And like a lot of things, the Chinese government is putting a lot of investment in these capabilities. They've sort of copied US systems, and then putting a lot of government investment in improving it. And we need to respond. We need to improve the precision, resilience, and capability of our own systems. That's a major focus. That's primarily on the military side, since the Department of Defense, the Space Force, operates our GPS systems. But it has ramifications in terms of soft power. It has ramifications for U.S. The prosperity of our economy and investments in technologies that use GPS. We need to keep those incentives alive for further investments in improving new innovative uses of GPS, and the precision and the resilience of the GPS system and improvements in precision and resilience is critical to preserving those incentives for investment. And because it's really that private investment, it's the commercial and civilian use of GPS and the incentives to improve that and invest in it, which comprise, in my view, primarily the soft power, as you put it, advantages that the United States has. And also uh, encouraging foreign governments, foreign companies, users around the world to choose GPS over alternative systems that maybe aren't as friendly from our strategic perspective. And so having that precision, having those investments will help promote the continued use of GPS and reliance on GPS around the world, which is in the national interests of the United States.
Maybe a follow-up sort of on that. In the industry, most receivers these days are multiple GNSS systems. My iPhone illegally receives GLONASS signals. They're not approved for operating in the US. So we have this multi-GNSS sort of world. How do we think about promoting GPS per se, or strengthening it, or how does our promotion of complementary and other systems work when we have all these other multiple systems out there? Should we be talking with other countries, discussions with Europe? What can we be doing?
Well, we do talk with other countries, particularly the European Union. Also, Japan has a system, India's system. And it's great to have multiple systems as a general matter. We certainly want users in the United States to use friendly systems. We want them to use GPS. Galileo, which is the European Union's system, is also approved by the FCC for use by receivers in the US. GLONASS, the Russian system, Beidou, the Chinese system, are not approved, and it's not a favorable thing for them to be used in the US. And also, I think in terms of the use case, the enticement to use GPS by foreign users around the world, it's almost coextensive in a way with America's international influence around the world. I think we want users in foreign countries to choose GPS because they believe in the reliability, the utility of the system, but also they trust the United States and the commitment the United States has to make that system available for users all around the world. And I don't think that level of trust is the same when you're talking about GLONASS or Beidou. And I think most users around the world understand that. It's very similar to relying on the US dollar, relying on the US financial system, or other aspects of US soft power, if you will, around the world. And that's why it's difficult to separate the GPS system that we operate and make available to the world from the stature, friendliness of the US government to actors and allies all around the world. So I think it is an extension of our US power and influence, but it's also an olive branch or an outreach of the US and the US commitment to the international system, to international relations, to the vitality and prosperity of our global system. And I think that's the way we want the rest of the world to continue to look at GPS, and that's an advantage. And it's an advantage for the United States and really for freedom generally. So that's my hope. And that's, I think, the vision for continued prosperity based on a useful, reliable, precise GPS system. Thanks, Scott. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Brian Whedon from the Aerospace Corporation, where I'm a systems director in the Center for Space Policy and Strategy, working for Jamie, who you met earlier this morning. And I lead our team in the center that focuses on commercial, civil policy, and regulatory issues, which covers a very broad range of things, as well as GPS and all the commercial and civil use. My pleasure to be here moderating our first panel this morning, where as a bunch of good policy wonks, we decided to put the policy up first, because that's, of course, the most important thing in the world, right? Is what happens in all those closed rooms with the very long sessions, group editing, Word documents. That, of course, is what's important. But in this case, it actually is, because there were some very consequential policy decisions, as Scott mentioned this morning, that were made by previous administrations that have shaped and, in my opinion, led to the situation we have today with, as you heard this morning, the ubiquitous use of GPS around the world for many different applications, this explosion in all these new uses that nobody ever thought was even possible back when they were first considering it, and also some of the challenges we're dealing with jamming and spoofing, which we'll get to on a later panel today. So we decided to start today's event with a little bit of a trip through history of what some of those decisions were. I know some of you in the room were around for these decisions, so maybe this will be a review or a refresher, or in the case of Doug, we'll fill in some of those memory gaps you've collected over the years. But for others, I know for the younger people in the audience who are watching online, there is not a lot of public information about some of these decisions. And some of them are, frankly, I would say, unheralded. So we're going to go back, we're going to look at some of those and talk not only what happened, but what the impact was for how we use GPS today. As was mentioned in the keynote or in the introduction from Scott, this session and this event was prompted by two major things. One is the anniversary of turning off selective availability, and we'll talk more about what happened and why that was important. But also a paper that I released late last week from the Aerospace Corporation that looks at some of the major GPS policy decisions. That in turn was based off of my doctoral work nearly 10 years ago, Scott, which seems kind of crazy, where I interviewed many of the people sitting on this panel, as well as others in the audience, to try and recreate what had happened. So joining me this morning to talk about this are some of the people that were either involved in these decisions or were in the room where it happened, or were the keepers of the archives and all the documentation that happened. We'll start on that end. Scott Pace, as you met this morning, in the context of this, he served multiple roles with multiple agencies and multiple administrations on GPS, including especially NASA, Department of Commerce, and was mentioned in the first Trump administration, was Executive Secretary of the National Space Council. Sitting next to him is Dave Turner, who is currently a member of the professional staff with the Senate Subcommittee for Space and Science, but in the context of this discussion, has also played a long role in the history of GPS, both as a former analyst with the Aerospace Corporation on the technical side of things, but also as a civil servant with the Department of Commerce and the Department of State. Next to him is Rich McKinney, who also served a long career as civilian with the Department of the Air Force and was in the Air Force himself, including his last job as the Deputy Undersecretary of the Air Force for Space, where he was involved in the diplomatic negotiations between the US and EU on Galileo, which we'll get to in more detail. And it's interesting contrasting sort of we like our friends with the Europeans and Galileo. That was not necessarily the case 25 years ago. And finally, closest to me, we have Jason Kim, who recently retired as the Chief of Staff for the Office of Space Commerce. having served quite a long time as, I would say, the man behind the scenes on many GPS policy events across multiple administrations. I would frame it as Jason not only knows where the bodies are buried, but knows where the documents proving it happen to be. And it was a very useful research when doing my research. So, Scott, we'll get started with you, starting from the beginning. And one of the earliest policy decisions, and I will put that in air quotes, we'll get to that in a second, on GPS, as was mentioned in the intro, was made during the Reagan administration in response to the tragic shootdown of Korean Airlines Flight 007. Can you give us a brief recap of what happened and what was that response? What was that decision?
Sure. Okay, so some of you may have heard or can go read Korean Airlines flight on its way to South Korea had a navigation error input by the pilot that then took it over Sakhalin Island. There had been some previous incursions by reportedly, can either confirm or deny, by U.S. intelligence aircraft also in the area. So the Soviet air defense forces were already kind of jumpy. And when they saw this aircraft, a civilian aircraft, by the way, with U.S. congressmen on board, they shot it down. This, of course, caused worldwide condemnation, a tragic event, and as part of the anti-Soviet response to that tragedy, one of the things President Reagan did was offered the then very nascent, experimental, not yet really fully operational GPS system as a gift to the world. And there were letters sent to ICAO and the International Maritime Organizations saying that in order to prevent future tragedies from happening again. So in addition to not just condemning the Soviet action, rightly so, also the U.S. was to be part of the solution to helping do that. Now, the first navigation satellite had been launched in 1974, but this was still very much, almost 10 years later, still very much an experimental program. And as mentioned earlier, in fact, didn't reach initial operational capability till 93 after the first Gulf War. But the point of the making this offer was in the larger context of the Cold War. And for trivia buffs, when I was looking at this history myself, I got a copy of the attendance sheet at the interagency working group meeting that was discussed this topic. And I noted that the National Security Council staffer who chaired the meeting of the interagency was a guy named Colonel Ollie North. So for those of you who, wonder about how small the world really is.
My daughter just did a AP US history, and we had a whole discussion about who he was. So
we're all space people.
So, and Scott, you mentioned there was this public announcement, and I made, I put decision in quotes because there is as you mentioned, there was a plan from the very beginning to have civil signals from the GPS satellites. So how would you say that that Reagan's announcement changed maybe the perception of GPS or sort of, what change was there from that?
I think in one of these cases now, again, we have a bunch of other very knowledgeable people here who can now throw things at me and disagree with me on this. I don't think it really changed very much. I don't think it changed much because I think people said, yeah, that's a nice symbolic statement, but it doesn't really do anything. And this GPS thing is still experimental. FAA was not committed at all to using this. There are still lots of other debates about it. The DoD was not really fully committed to it. In fact, the DoD, have to look at the dates, but my former boss at the RAND Corporation, David Chu, bless him, he tried to cancel the program twice when he was head of PA&E. All right, so this was a program that was still relatively fragile in a lot of the ways it was perceived. And I don't know if it's accidental or visionary or a combination of both, but that by Reagan doing that and setting it out there made the program more real than a lot of other people on a policy basis, more real than a lot of other people thought of it as. Certainly then more real for the nation than maybe the individual elements within defense and transportation thought of it. Sort of it kind of put it on the map, so to speak, and where people felt they would have to deal with it. I should note that this was in parallel with what was happening in the rest of the 80s, which is the growth of electronics and IT, and that GPS was riding on that. I mean, the first, as you know, first GPS receivers were essentially racks of equipment that took up an entire van that only over time shrunk. And so this announcement coincided, from a policy basis, coincided with a technical development, which was really the shrinking of GPS gear, of riding an IT wave, and finding other commercial applications quite beyond aviation safety and military, but that was really relatively unrecognized. So Reagan was there at the first, but then there was a follow-through, I think uncoordinated, but fortuitous follow-through on the technology side.
Yeah, all true, all true. I think one thing that Brian was trying to get at with the air quotes on the decision is that GPS, the civil signal, the CA code, it was never encrypted, so it was always available to the whole world. And so the declaration that we're going to make this available, I mean, didn't actually change anything technically on the system, because there were plenty of civilians who were playing around with GPS and using it. It's just this made it sort of official that, okay, you're allowed to use this now. We're going to make this available to the world, but it was already available to the world.
And Brian, as far as support in the civil area on GPS in the military area wasn't always 100%. There were many occasions in the Pentagon, while we're putting the budget together, that there were attempts to cancel GPS in the middle of the 1980s. The thought was it was expensive, it was using up money we could use for other things. One common phrase, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, why do we need GPS? We already have navigators. That's just from a military standpoint. And so for a while there, GPS was on a very thin line of achieving acceptance. It wasn't until, I think, the Gulf War, when the military really saw the advantage to GPS, that it really was locked in.
Yeah, and I'll just add one more thing that I found in my research, because, you know, I couldn't find any actual documents that changed anything. And Richard Eastern, who wrote a book, GPS Declassified, came to the same conclusion. But I also saw, when I talked to people in later administrations, they would cite the Reagan's decision, quote unquote, as, well, we've already committed to this. We have to live up to this commitment. We have to make this thing civilly available. And that it did have some support in those future discussions when there were, you know, questions about the budget or about funding. I did find that that was also another effect that had happened. So Dave, turning to you, skipping ahead in time to the Clinton administration, this is where we saw the first formal interagency process and formal presidential policy decision on GPS, which was sparked by a fight between the Department of Defense and Department of Transportation, because of course there's never any interagency discussions or debates on any of this stuff, right? Can you give a brief recap of what the fight was about and what was the big thing that was decided?
Yeah, I could try, but I want to ask Scott a question first, because I think that's where it starts. So when did the PA&E and cost people in the Pentagon stop trying to not spend money on GPS?
Oh, they always used it. I mean, even when they stopped trying to kill the program outright, and Rich can look at this, they would still use launches as bill payers. They would slip scheduled launches that were supposed to go on into the next fiscal year, scoop up the cost for that, and then use it to pay off other problems. And one of the reasons we have a very old, fortunately reliable, but old constellation now is from, you know, decades of using GPS operations as bill payers. So first it was an attempt to use it as a bill payer when it was still in the R&D stage, then it becomes operational. And so but these are things that always go on, I think, in major DoD programs. So it never ended.
So Rich, you said something I thought was very important, which is Persian Gulf War. So I thought you were going to say after the Gulf War, no one tried to kill it outright anymore.
I don't know that I would say that. The reason the Gulf War was called the first space war was because it became into sort of public consciousness that there is this thing called GPS. So during the war, among Deputy Secretary Bradbury mentioned some unsung heroes like Karen Van Dyke and Thad Allen. I would say another unsung hero is Charlie Trimble, who Trimble Navigation, original founder of it. So when the Gulf War happened and there was a realization that these GPS devices were really useful, you had families going out and buying commercial ones and shipping them, to their loved ones in the Gulf. And we used, I say we because it was still in the Commerce Department, we wound up using the airfield at Moffett Field at Ames Research Center as a transit site. And I think with Trimble Navigation, we cleaned out every Fry's electronics store for batteries. Because we were then taking the batteries, throwing them in the packet, coming off the production line, shoving them into, C-141s and C-130s and deploying them, directly to the Gulf. So you talk about an industrial base, response directly. And that was coming from, individuals buying this stuff for their loved ones. It wasn't something that was part of their issue kit. And so that was where I think GPS started becoming more, how should we say, firm or committed, because people then had a direct connection to it.
Yes, I would agree, and that'll lead us now finally to where Brian wanted me to go in the first place, which is what was the thing that happened during the Gulf War that led to the conflict in the executive branch later in the 90s, and that was selective availability. That was one of the main things. In the Gulf War, it was set zero. It was not used on the satellites that, by the way, this was one time where the Air Force actually worked as fast as they could to actually launch GPS satellites because we needed them for the Gulf War.
I'd have to go look at the dates, but there was a crisis among many over Haiti. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but it got very close to where it looked like there might need to be a military intervention. And so the negotiations were going on with the Haitian military and so forth. And if there was going to be an intervention, SA would have to be turned off because the receivers that we had around there were not enough military receivers. And so, in fact, that was done, and SA was turned to zero. And reportedly, this is just rumor, reportedly this was noticed by the Haitian military, who went, "Oh crap, they're really going to invade," and they folded, and we didn't need to. But in terms of a deterrent posture, that was in fact a credibility enhancer that we in fact turned it to zero because they knew that was going to be necessary for us.
Hey, Scott, Dave, you may want to explain for folks in the audience who have never heard of that.
Yeah, okay. So selective availability was an intentional degradation put into the signal that was broadcast, or the message that was broadcast on the CA code or the civilian code. And military use, the military signal, the PY code, had the ability to correct that independently without any ground-based differential systems monitoring the signal. So it was the development of differential systems to counteract selective availability for civilian use, which really put Department of Defense and Department of Transportation directly against each other in the interagency deliberative process. But let me also say this. First of all, I should say I'm not here on behalf of my current position as a staffer in the U.S. Senate. I'm only here on my own behalf. But I will say that something that you said, Congressman, on KAL flight, the Article 1 branch of the U.S. government is also very important here. And to me, the 96 policy on the presidential side really started in 1993 when then Senator James Exxon on April 30th, 1993, made a floor speech on how important GPS was going to be. Should we still be giving it to the world free of direct user fees? Should SA be on or off this intentional degradation? He asked dozens of questions that ended up shaping studies that took place both inside the government and by independent groups between 93 and the policy in 96. And Brian, you said we couldn't use PowerPoint. Sometimes I still like to do that as an old engineer, but I did bring props. So let me start with this. This was the National Academy of Sciences study that was completed by congressional mandate. Many, many things that are still being built in the GPS today, you can actually find in this report as recommendations, both on the civil and the military side, including the whole idea of NAVWAR, which Doug knows quite well. This was the National Academy of Public Administration report, which went along in parallel with the National Academy of Sciences report. This talks about management recommendations, including the recommendation to immediately turn off or set to zero selective availability. That recommendation was countered by this report by the gentleman sitting right here to my left at the RAND Corporation, which was sponsored by the executive branch, perhaps because the executive branch didn't want just these independent reports to be the only decision-making tool out there. Scott's report said we should keep selective availability on until we have enough capability in the DoD to address differential systems and ensure that we can deny foreign use of GPS. So is that set the stage for you, Brian?
No, that's good. And I'll just say, we say random error, right? Think about this. The FAA is trying to think of how to land aircraft using GPS to make it much more efficient. The random error he's talking about was up to 100 meters. That's a lot when you're trying to land an aircraft. And that's why sort of the FAA and DOT became, I would say, the front runner for pushing back against the SA stuff. So I'm going to get through a couple more the decisions, and we're going to go back and talk about some of the impacts of all of this. So let's skip ahead to the W. Bush administration. And there, the issue was not quite SA anymore, although kind of, but more those Europeans and their Galileo system, which, you know, how dare they try to build something that would compete with American GPS? But Rich, I was wondering if you could give a little more backstory on, you know, this time was sparked with this fight between the DoD and the Europeans over the plans for Galileo. Brief recap of what was involved there and what some of the issues were.
Sure. But like Dave, I'm going to follow his lead and ask and just piggyback on something he said. You know, the cost of GPS and could we charge for it? When I was on the air staff, a former chief of staff of the Air Force saw the writing on the wall. GPS was not going away. He says, we're paying for this out of the Air Force budget. Why can't we charge, say, $1 a receiver to do that? Well,
And Scott just flinched, I think.
What's that? There's a couple of issues with that. One is American taxpayers are already paying for GPS, so just doing that through Congress would be problematic. The other one, at the time, I remember thinking to myself, you know, there's probably only 100,000 receivers in the world at this point in time. $100,000 isn't going to pay for anything on GPS. Little did I know that it was, you know,
There is
now sitting in here. But the other thing is, and Doug reminded me this the other day, is if you calculate the value that GPS brings to the economy today, it's in the billions, almost trillions of dollars of benefit that are received through GPS and receivers and services and so forth. So I think the American taxpayer is getting their value out of it.
to defend myself a little bit. I would say another consideration was that in order to do direct user fees for it, kind of like for your satellite TV or something like that, you'd have to put an encryption layer on it, which would add unreliability to it and another layer of complexity. So the cost, both direct and indirect, of having a crypto layer in there, we were already familiar with, and it really wasn't that attractive. The other is a more fundamental thing, but yes, the taxpayer had already paid for it. And to some extent, given corporate and individual tax rates, growing the U.S. economy meant that the U.S. government was already a 30% owner in that economic growth in terms of taxing. And so the thing you really want to do is you want to expand economic growth as rapidly as possible that benefited the country as a whole. Now, that isn't helpful for a DoD, a Air Force guy trying to close a budget. But from a larger perspective, I think it was influential. And as an example of a proof of that is you look at our European colleagues, bringing this back to Galileo, who had a much more of the sort of these juste retour system or individual items where there wasn't a single pot of money they were taking out of to benefit the country as a whole. And so the Europeans spent much more time trying to figure out, well, who pays for this? Where do I get my return? And they conceptualized this as an aerospace product, not an IT product. And those fundamental conceptions about what is this thing, I think, have really burdened them then and continue to burden them today.
So, Rich,
Okay.
why are we upset?
I was going to respond to Scott, but I'll go through what you asked me first. So Galileo was announced in the late 1990s, I think 1999, and it was officially approved in 2002. And so the DoD realized that, okay, now we're going to have a competing system. At the same time, we were developing the M code, the military code. And we were afraid that one of the signals on Galileo would be placed right on top of the military code. The purpose of military code was so we could kind of live through jamming events and possibly deny other services at the same time. Well, if they put their code right on top of ours, that was problematic. So an interagency working group was formed. I think Gail Klinger established that in April of 2003. And I think everybody here was on that. And some of you out there as well. And so the purpose of the International Working Group was to figure out what are we going to do. Some proposed saying, well, we're not even sure the Europeans are going to even build Galileo. We don't know if they're going to have the ability to continue through because of the cost and so forth. Others said, well, if they do build it, we'd be better off working together than not. And so that was eventually the position that was formed. It wasn't overnight. There was a lot of debate on it. So a lot of the decisions were made saying, well, we need to directly engage the Europeans, especially, this was a EU product, not an ESA product, although ESA would have been a main contributor. And so 3 of the agencies that had the most to gain out of having cooperation with the Europeans was the military, Department of State, and Department of Transportation. And so 3 of us were selected to go directly engage with the Europeans in December of 2003. And it was myself, Charlie Reese, and I don't remember the Department of Transportation representative, but we are all kind of given the blessing to go engage the Europeans. And the strategy at that point was, we'd like you to move PRS off of M code, but at the same time, the quid pro quo is we're going to help you, not with any classified information, but we know you're going to run into some issues on developing Galileo. We ran into issues on GPS many, many times with clock and radiation and all sorts of things. It wasn't a straightforward development program. And so we went to 6 cities in 5 days. We went to Brussels, Paris, Dublin, London, Berlin, and Stockholm. And it all went fairly well. I must say that it was my first really big international engagement. Went to EU headquarters, then we went to Paris, and they had a huge room, probably as many as you out there, and our little delegation of 3 or 4 people, and asked a lot of good questions. And all went well, I think, until we got to Germany. And then the chief technology officer at the time for the Galileo program, Gunter Hein, very well respected, but he took a little bit of objection to our proposal that we would help them with Galileo. And I think he meant it in the best of his intentions, but his basic argument was, you don't think we can build Galileo on our own? And that wasn't the intent at all. We eventually worked through all that. And through other meetings, technical meetings, there were certainly some classified issues that had to be discussed. And of course, one of the problems we had with the European Union at the time is we did not have any classified bilateral agreements between the United States and Europe. So there's no way to talk to the EU. So the solution, and I thought this was brilliant, well, most of the members of the EU are also part of NATO. We have bilateral agreements with each of the countries in NATO. So we ended up having 15 or more separate bilateral meetings at the very same time in the very same room. And so it solved the problem. But it wasn't direct to the EU, but their countries got the information they needed. And then eventually it was all successful, and MCODE and PRS were no longer in the same location. So I thought it was interesting how it all played out. And it truly was an international group of folks. All this strategy that we were presenting to the Europeans was worked out by all these gentlemen up here and the vast variety of other people who were in the room. And I think in the end, it has stood the test of time.
So Rich, I think to answer your question, it was probably Joe Canny that was with you.
Okay.
Department of Transportation. Can anybody confirm that?
Okay.
Yeah. And then also Mike Shaw was another very important
Yes.
person.
Yeah.
In fact, I remember the very first discussion we actually had with Europeans on cooperation between GPS and Galileo at a technical level took place in May of 1999 at the GPS JPO, and that was Jim Armour and Mike Shaw were the DoD and DOT reps.
And just to get a little technical, I'm getting way out of my knowledge base here, but a signal structure called the binary offset carrier by John Betts was created, which allowed Galileo and GPS to be interoperable. And I don't know if we'll get into that later, but that was key. It allowed them to both work at the same time. And of course, look what we have today.
I would say you skipped to the happy ending and missed some of the details.
It was difficult, I'll admit.
In between. And the issue of self-perceptions and political and emotional factors, I think were really fairly large. There is both an envy and a resentment in the U.S., a wariness, as well as a desire to cooperate. The binary offset carrier solution came after the Europeans tried multiple different ways to create a signal structure they could claim as superior. And ultimately, they couldn't really come up with anything that would work that would be superior. And so at the end, I think settled for something that was, interoperable and compatible, which we'll, I think, also talk a little bit more about. The dynamics with the European member states and the EU and ESA were also rather fascinating, because as you would all go around and talk to the individual member states, a very common comment we would get is, "Oh, thank you very much for telling us this. We haven't heard anything from Brussels." So that we would be telling them things that they found interesting or helpful in setting their position that were not necessarily being communicated. So we were being kind of a go-between across these member states.
And the underlying part of this too is later in my career, I was stationed in Europe, and NATO did not really have an official space office at the time. You have to realize where we are today is not where we were then, and the utility of space and the cost of space was not really well accepted by a lot of people. So when we had this 15 or more bilateral meeting at the same time, that was really kind of a breakthrough. But it didn't take NATO probably until 10, 15 years later to really formalize the space relationship.
So moving ahead through our coverage of the decisions, we'll go back and look at some of the impact. The next major one, Scott, was made during the first Trump administration, which was mentioned briefly in the beginning, where, as I would describe it, there was not any one singular issue that drove it, like you could say the selective availability or Galileo for the others, but rather a collection of things. Can you talk about why you guys decided to revisit this during the first Trump administration?
Interoperability and compatibility.
In general, why did you do SPD 7?
Sure. So I would start from, and there's a separate discussion, kind of like what happened with remote sensing. In commercial remote sensing, we first started with the idea that the civilian world would have capabilities that previously only the government had. And then how do you deal with that and foreign access to capabilities that previously only governments had? So here with this other information technology, in the case of GPS or satellite navigation, more countries were going to have access to this capability than previously was the case. So we started thinking about interoperability and compatibility being just don't interfere with each other, interoperability being let's do a bit more. And among the things that drove those discussions was not just Galileo, but the civil military dichotomy. One of the reasons, in my opinion, FAA people can disagree with me, that there is a WAAS system was because it does independent integrity monitoring of GPS. And you can think about this. Yeah, you want to know if the signal is good or not. Well, the GPS satellites have little health bits that say, yes, I'm healthy, no, I'm not healthy. But are you really going to trust that? So the first thing, kind of like the Europeans, the FAA wanted deep insight into the failure modes and the integrity of the GPS system in a way that there's no way the DoD could agree to that. And so the FAA is going, wait a minute, we're looking at landing these airplanes. We need to have integrity information. You're not giving it to us. What do we do? Well, one of the things you do is you check it independently. So that's where Wide Area Augmentation System has its own independent integrity checks on it. So one of the things in my book that talk about is the importance of promoting and allowing and encouraging other countries to do independent integrity checks. Because if you're landing an aircraft in a foreign country, they've got to know whether they can rely on it. And they're not going to get that information, from the DoD directly, but they have to maybe verify it themselves. So the kinds of things that we did on the civilian side with WAAS and the European EGNOS system, MSAS in Japan, the regional system India has this sort of trust but verify, kind of approach going to it. What then happened with, and then I think was true in Bush 43, what then happened with SPD 7, there's a very subtle kind of a change. And again, I don't know that most people really noticed it, but we basically said, well, compatibility, yes, we want that with everybody. But interoperability is only going to be for those countries that we have a security relationship with or that we feel comfortable with. So this is where Galileo passed a number of wickets, and FCC, in consultation with the other agencies, said, okay, this is fine. Because if we have security issues, we have channels now. We didn't then, but to address that. We don't have any really possibility of that with China or Russia. So there are fundamentally limits to interoperability we're going to get to. Now, the commercial sector is going to go do what it wants. But in terms of official signal receptions in the U.S. used for certified systems, the only other non-U.S. system to date approved for that sort of thing is Galileo, and that's likely to remain that way.
Scott, I wanted to build on what you just said. No, I mean, you got the definitions pretty much right.
Pretty much.
But you were talking about, and this goes back to selective availability as well. Selective availability, I don't think was a cause of the dispute, if you want to call it that. It was a symptom of it. And what the real debate was about was openness versus closed. And the military system, by definition, has to be a closed system. You have to control who's using it. You have to control who's in your club. And that's completely different from the open aspect of GPS. And both have always been there from the very beginning of the system because that's the way it was designed. you know, before the revolution in electronics, you had to have a signal that you could acquire easily in order to ever get to the encrypted signal. It's just the way it works. You have to find the signal. So that dichotomy between closed and open has existed since the very beginning of the system. And at different points along this sort of history we're talking about, different decisions were made, different conflicts arose in the executive branch about openness versus remaining closed. And that's really the heart, I think, of everything we're talking about right now. And the involvement of commercial industry on the open side was always one of the biggest differences between how we looked at GPS and how Europe looked at Galileo.
But-
Galileo was built as a whole system. Here's the whole package. You get the whole thing. GPS was never like that because commercial industry, the receiver segment, the user segment, was always driven by somebody other than the actual provider of the service.
Yeah, if I can, this goes back to what I was saying about conceptualization of what is this technology. Europe thought of the technology, I would say crudely, as an aerospace technology like Airbus or Ariane, and with all the baggage maybe that comes with that. Our Japanese counterparts thought about it as consumer electronics and was putting it in cars. It was just another, you could go to Akihabara and buy a car navigation system and have no idea that the signal for this thing was coming from a US Air Force, satellite. It was just something you put in your car. I think the US industry, rightly, but motivated maybe by the stock multiples you would get as an IT technology, thought of it as IT and went down this path. And then to carry that analogy further, with respect to Europe, when Galileo came along, Europe was like Windows Vista, and we were still Linux and free. And, you can argue that, Linux may be a little crufty and G is not as easy to sort of to work with, but it was free and it was available. So you can imagine Galileo trying to come into, to stretch the analogy, coming into the market, trying to say, here I've got this brand new Windows Vista, yet 99% of the market is dominated by free Linux that's on everything that people are already knowing and using and applying. And you want somebody now to pay for Windows Vista. So.
But I'd also add to that is you got to remember when Galileo started, it was advertised as purely a civil system, no military. And then the idea of dual use started to creep in. And that's what happens with any GNSS system. So that's how they started it. They were always saying, well, you turned SA off once, well, you can turn it back on. And when they said that, that was true. Not true now, but that's basically what their argument was.
Royal Institute of Navigation, I got lambasted by one of the speakers there about we couldn't trust the U.S. because of the military role and so forth. And then afterwards, the guy comes up to me and says, with a British accent, we're really quite, we do really quite appreciate the signal, and you guys really do a great job with that. And I said, well, why do you think that? He says, well, your system is built to survive a nuclear war. You people are quite mad, and if you build it to such standards, why we think we can rely on it because we know you're crazy. I go, okay, moving on to the cocktail hour.
So, Jason, I'll turn to you as someone who's around for a lot of this and involved. Looking back, how would you say these decisions impacted GPS today? And do you have any kind of thoughts on some of these long-running debates, as you can still hear, that are still going on after 30 years?
Yeah, Brian asked me to make some provocative statements. So I thought about, this whole totality of the history of GPS policy and where we are today. And I think one of the most interesting things, which has been brought up a lot and brought up by Deputy Secretary Bradbury, is that, we are a victim of our success with GPS. It's so reliable. When I started this job in 1998, we were still trying to convince people that you could use GPS, that it was okay, and that, yeah, it's run by the DoD, but they're not going to turn it off on you, right? And we went to the Europeans and we told them, you don't need to build Galileo, you can just use GPS for free. And of course, that just motivated them even more to build Galileo. But, at this point, with the turning off of selective availability and the modernization of GPS, et cetera, now we're at this point where we are over reliant on it, right? And that's what we heard in the opening statement. We've got the resilient navigation timing foundation established because we're over reliant on GPS. Like we don't have enough complementary systems to back it up because it's free, it's reliable, and so why would I ever, it's like the power grid goes out once in a while, so I know what a power generator is, and some people actually buy one and have one in their house, but no one has a backup to GPS because it never goes out. And so this is actually a problem. And going back to your question about why SPD 7, was necessary, there's a whole theme in there about resilience. We are over reliant on GPS, and we need to be resilient. We need to have the capability. We need to build the capability and build commercial markets that provide the capability to back up GPS. And people don't like the word backup, complementary, but you know what I'm talking about, right? It's like to have something that's going to work when GPS is not there. And that's not a theory anymore. You look at Europe, they're being jammed every single day. They're being spoofed every single day. And this is a real problem. It hasn't come to our homeland yet, but I mean, it's just a matter of time, right? So
Well, except for times we do those exercises, right? And they put out the nav warning saying, GPS is part of the country might be a little unreliable the next couple of days. But you're right. Aside from that,
there are test areas, yeah, sure, but we are over reliant on GPS, and we can't necessarily just use like more foreign GNSS to complement GPS because we spent all this time convincing the Europeans and the Japanese and even to some extent the Chinese. I mean, we did some interoperability with Beidou on the L1C, B1C signal. So now, like, if you jam GPS, then you're jamming everything at the same time. Like we were too successful in our goal to have interoperability among all these systems. And now, if there's a solar storm, like forget about intentional interference, right? If there's a solar storm during this solar max that knocks out GPS, it's going to knock out Galileo and Beidou and other things too at the same time. Not the satellites, but the receivers, right? The signal coming through the atmosphere will be disrupted. And so we need to have resilience against that, what we call phenomenology of that method of achieving PNT. And we need to go back to what we used to have where GPS was not a sole means of navigation, back in the old days. And now it's become sole means.
So I agree with what you're saying, Jason, up to a point. And I want to say the first time I met Jason in 1998, we had an argument about L2C, the second civil signal. So I'm just trying to keep that spirit here, Jason, even though we've worked together ever since. I think you have to distinguish between like systems and unlike systems. And this is something that we did a lot in the spectrum discussions. One satellite navigation system will never be an absolute replacement or complement. Well, it'd be a complement, but it will never be able to be a backup. Satellite navigation systems do have the same vulnerabilities. They do have the same characteristics. And I don't think pushing for interoperability of civil signals made that situation any worse than just the fact that that's the way satellite navigation is. So if you need a backup, you need a different type of system. Simple as that. And it's taken a long, long time, but I mean, there's been a lot of movement, including because of the policy that we talked about before, towards that. We may not be there yet, but I personally think we're going to get there. And I don't think that was being too successful. I think that we've done the right thing with GPS and other GNSS, and now it's up to the end providers of equipment, of services, to do their part and come up with a suite of backups. And I see Ken Alexander's way in the back, and he's trying not to be seen by anybody, but he's done so much work on this. DOT's done so much work on this. I think they should get a lot of credit for understanding that you need a suite of capabilities. It's not just one other system that's going to completely back up all satellite navigation.
Ken's going to be on a panel this afternoon, so he'll have a chance to
Okay,
to
good.
throw his 2 cents in here.
If I want to sort
Yeah.
of say something about this suite, there is not a magic technical answer to any of this sort of thing. I mean, one of the things you can maybe tell from old GPS hands is that we're kind of paranoid because people have been trying to kill us for a long time. We're trying to get, people tried to kill us internationally, we got that solved. People trying to kill us domestically, interference issues and spectrum regulation wars. I won't bore you with right this minute. And so there's always this habit, and I think Jason put his finger on it, about how we've struggled to get it accepted, get it safe, use it, protect it from all enemies, foreign and domestic, that we've had here. But then we find ourselves in a situation where the threat environment has also changed, on us. And the answer to it is not just, oh, why don't you just build a better receiver, or why don't you just be better? It's technical solutions like that. It's dissimilar redundancy, as we say in a NASA world. It's also by having regulatory systems that do pay attention to things that could be unintentional threats, international engagement. There's sort of a whole of government thing that goes on. So the need to be paranoid is still there, but the situation we're in of greater reliance is very different than what we older people here historically experienced.
So I want to open up to audience questions now. I mean, I'm sure we can let them talk for quite a bit longer, but I'm going to open the audience questions, see if there's anything else out there, anything specifically. Yes, Pete. And so I'll repeat the question after you ask it.
We're never seen such depth of knowledge about all the turns and many issues faced by GPS over its So here's my question, guys. I don't know of another thing that DoD is responsible for where it's a global utility that is a multi-trillion-dollar industry. Is that the right model? It doesn't seem to me that that's a sustainable model, because that's not what DoD does. So I would really like to get the comments of the panel on that.
I would say, again, going back to my friend Charlie Trimble, during all these discussions about, protecting civil uses and what industry needed and so forth, he was always absolutely adamant about the importance of protecting the national security advantage, the strategic competitive advantage of GPS, because if that wasn't there, there's no point in DoD paying for it, and there's nobody else who's going to pay for it. So there is no other, real solution for that system. So protecting the strategic military advantage of GPS. Now, the problem, of course, I've always had is in the policy, you read the gold standard, for GPS and so forth, applies only to military applications. There have been attempts, of course, to say it should be the gold standard for all civil applications, which is kind of dangerous because it opens up things to open-ended requirements and open-ended costs, and there's nobody really to be that bill payer. So I think the policy is appropriate when it says this has to be the gold standard for military applications. We have to protect the strategic military advantage of it. It's the only system that's specifically called out in Title 10, for example, and they may have any other system that's specifically in US code, it's Title 10. Maybe there'll be other future systems like that. I have a hard time, thinking of one. So it may just be a unique example. And I would want to avoid a situation where there is no longer a strategic military advantage from GPS, because if it does, then there's no point in DoD paying for it.
Matthew, sure. So back to the question about the Reagan administration's decision after KAL 007. Brad always points out, but Bradford Parkinson, Brad always points out that he intended GPS to be dual use from the very beginning, and that he was counting from the beginning on the civilian, commercial sector to come up with a bazillion applications. So in terms of stated formal policy, was it dual use from the very beginning, or when was that stated?
Probably everyone here has a different opinion on that.
From the beginning, obviously.
Yeah. But I'll go earlier than Brad Parkinson. And I'll say that the original designers of, and I can't speak for some of the other systems like the Navy system. Several systems came together, as Brad Parkinson explained so well, to create GPS. But at least the system that was on paper in the 1960s developed at the Aerospace Corporation. Those engineers saw dual use from the very beginning. And I'll say the name Yvonne Getting. Some people consider to be the father of the current system we have. But there's a difference between dual use and dual service. And I think this is where, if you cross that Rubicon from dual use to actual true dual service, that may be where the question that Pete asked earlier, it changes, the answer changes, right? If you're a dual use system, but your primary motivation is to make sure that we retain a military advantage, then this model works. If you get to a point where dual service, making commitment to civil users, commercial users, that usually comes with a contract or a service agreement or something. If you cross into that threshold, then you're probably talking about a different model for financing at least some aspect of GPS.
I would say that although people in, like, I think probably Timation, 621B, early GPS, Brad Parkinson, had these ideas about dual use as good technologists and thinking about the future, of course they would. But that doesn't necessarily have an impact on policy. When does policy start to recognize GPS as dual use? I would argue not till Reagan, not even Reagan, although in the particular limited case of aviation, but not until the Clinton policy. And so what happened, give me the prop. Yeah, give me the prop. With this thing, I was trying to get, funding for this thing going, and I wasn't getting anywhere. Okay, zero traction. And the reason I was interested in it, because while I was at the Commerce Department, I saw that the fastest growing section of space commerce was the GPS market. Incredibly tiny, really, really, really tiny compared to, say, SATCOM and so forth. But you could see, the first derivative of this thing kind of going up. 100,000 receivers one year, might be 200,000 next year. So definitely going up. So I was interested in this subject myself from the commercial side of it, but I couldn't get anybody else interested in it till finally, and I was a support contractor. I was at RAND supporting OSTP. Till finally, President Clinton went down to some flood, I think in Louisiana, and the military was using GPS for dropping supplies at particular locations. Go around, drop a supply, part of, kind of FEMA and National Guard and all these folks are out there. And the story goes, as told to me by someone who was there, that the president goes in and asks the pilot there, "Oh, you're using GPS here?" And the pilot is surprised. And, "Well, yes, sir. Yes, we are. And this is how we're doing it. It's great." Al Gore had talked to him, and so he knew about it. And so the young staffer, who previously would not give me the time of day, literally corners me in a hallway and goes, "The president knows about GPS." And I'm like, "Well, I hope so. We need to talk." I go, "Oh, it's important to you now. Okay." And that dovetailed, though, with a bunch of other things that had happened. People were concerned about precision proliferation, so missile tech control regime and missile proliferation was important. Aviation certainly was an important usage of it. Little tiny, interest in the commercial growth. So you saw these different parts of the Eisenhower Executive Office building were interested in GPS, but they weren't really talking to each other. They were off kind of in their own separate worlds. And that, combined with at least presidential awareness, helped give the go-ahead to do a report. And oh, by the way, as a secondary benefit, it would potentially be independent of and would offset whatever the other branch of the government was doing down the street.
So,
Yeah,
hold on,
so-
guys. No, I'm gonna get one more question.
Can I just, you asked us, Brian, to be provocative and contrarian. So I'm going to slightly be contrarian to what you said, Scott, in that as far back as 1978, again, the Article 1 branch of government told the executive branch, you need to do joint radio navigation planning, and created something called the Federal Radio Navigation Plan. So that was policy. Now, was it as important? Probably not.
Do
And
people read congressional policy?
so, well, does anybody
Whoa.
read the Federal Radio Navigation Plan?
Yeah.
Yay. But there's different degrees of importance of policy, right? And I think that navigation has always been a dual use capability since the beginning of time, right? Or timing and navigation. Didn't mean to do that pun, but it worked. So that's my counter to your story.
Okay, I'm trying to get one more. Anyone under 50? Otherwise, we get all the old heads rehashing things in the past. Ma'am, yes?
Hello, thank you for the great discussion. I'm Josephine Mill, I'm a space tech investor. So everyone knows about the problems with GPS. So why hasn't the government, done more to address the challenges? And what do you think needs to happen for us to see some initiatives to address the vulnerabilities of GPS?
So the question was, why haven't we done more to address all the vulnerabilities and what needs to happen? I'll just say we have the last panel is going to talk about some of the commercial things maybe coming down the pipeline, but anything quick on why dealing with the resilience remains a multi-decade challenge?
I would argue that we have been dealing with the issues, but only for those things where policy calls out as a number one priority. Navigation warfare, multiple phased array antennas for overcoming jamming, null steering devices, M-code, enhanced flex power for operating in jammed environments. So if you look at the kind of threats to military uses of GPS, there's been a ton of things that have gone on. What's happening, now is that there are increasing threats to civil applications of GPS. I think primarily, probably the leading edge one of them is in aviation, but you can imagine others happening in automotive. And I think Ken Alexander and others will talk about that. There are in fact countermeasures to be done that help do that. I've got a separate rabbit hole to go down on liberalizing U.S. export control regulations to allow wider use of multiple component array antennas, which can help null out jamming threats. The other is the proliferation of unmanned air systems is leading to the proliferation of counter drone technology. People hate drones. So there's a lot of counter drone technology running around, and a lot of that counter drone technology really poses threats to the normal use of GPS. So it's not like people suddenly woken up and say, I hate GPS today, let me go jam it. It's more they hate sort of drones. So what's happening is there has been incentives and government investment on the military side of it. There is, I think, now a public safety or an aviation safety concern that we need to address. And that awareness is still nascent, but it's there, it's serious, and it's growing. And that's probably where I think the next step, hopefully, we'll see is in large scale critical infrastructure systems. There is not a single one size fits all. So what you heard the Deputy Secretary talk about is there are different kinds of complementary systems or alternative systems that are more appropriate for different environments and different use cases. Some things in urban areas, some things in wider open rural areas. Again, there's not a one size fits all sort of case. So you're going to see, I think, investment opportunities are going to be looking more at sort of insurance and risk exposure questions for particular infrastructures. Things like precision timing is I think an area where there's a high benefit from taking proactive action. Other things like precision ag, probably going to have a harder use case to argue about. That's my speculation.
So we're at times, I'm going to give actually Jason a chance to wrap up here. Before, I'll just say one other point that comes up is while the DoD has clear authority to deal with the military challenges, the civil commercial is spread across multiple departments and agencies. And it's actually much more difficult for them to all kind of get on the same page. They've got different use cases, different users. So there is almost a structural bureaucratic question in getting the same kind of focus from the civil community, as you see, as Scott mentioned, is happening with the DoD community. So Jason, any final comments you want to wrap up with here?
Well, I mean, I'll build on that because it is a tragedy of the commons, right? GPS it's funded by the DoD, but it's used by everybody. And who pays for the civil side of GPS? There is a policy that says DOT is responsible for civil upgrades, right? And that's what we were working on when I met Dave 30 years ago. Is we were working on the second and third civil signals, which are supposed to be building resilience for GPS, right? Multiple signal redundancy and things like that. Obviously, accuracy as well. But here we are 30 years later, and those signals are still not operational. Is that crazy? I mean, sorry, but DoD is like just not equipped to move quickly on these kinds of things, on these complex space systems. And I think we're moving, if we want to truly achieve the leadership, U.S. leadership in GNSS, which is what SPD 7 calls for, we're going to have to depend on commercial industry to come in. They're still U.S., right? It's still part of our U.S. leadership. It's part of our culture is that we have enterprise doing the innovation for us. And I think that is going to be the future. I think, what was I going to say as well? On the resilience theme, we didn't talk much about Executive Order 13905. And maybe that'll be I could set that up for later, but separate from SPD 7, executive order, before executive orders were all like du jour, the Executive Order 13905 called for the government to encourage the development and implementation of complementary PNT systems that are not GPS, that to get us off this sole source that I was talking about, sole source reliance on GPS, especially for critical infrastructures. It calls for standards to be developed, for contractual language to be put into federal acquisitions, so that the government, when it's buying PNT type capabilities, which it's always doing anyway, that it'll have requirements for resilience, PNT resilience. And then it calls for demonstrations by DHS and DOT and other agencies to actually start buying some of these things and demonstrating how you can implement a resilient PNT solution. And by creating these initial products, the idea was, okay, well, you're going to sell some to the government, but then you might as well just once you've done the R&D, you might as well start selling that to your critical infrastructure customers as well. And so we could create a whole new market for resilient PNT solutions. That was the intent. And I think it is slowly moving forward with progress, but that is the intent of 13905.
All right, who knew policy was so interesting? All right, we're going to end now. We're going to move into a break, but please join me in thanking our panelists. And we'll be back at 15 past with the second panel.
We have our next panel coming up. Hopefully it'll be, more focused than wandering around the universe like the one I was just on. You could tell we could go on for some hours telling stories. But the discussion for this panel is GPS is used for that, with the emphasis on that, with a surprise, a survey of innovative GPS applications. So you certainly heard about the standard ones of military applications and aviation applications, and you all know you have GPS in your phone in there. But there is still more to it than that. I would argue that this supports my argument that GPS really should be thought of as an information technology, not a space technology, and that information technology goes all kinds of places. The moderator for our next panel is Lisa Dyer, head of the GPS Innovation Alliance, which is the industry trade association. And I will have her introduce her panel.
Scott, is this working? Okay. No, it's not. Bye. directions that were given to me. There you go. Thank you, Scott. Thank you all for being here today. And I want to thank the previous panel for their flexibility and their fun. And they added some really great conversations to help lay the groundwork for the group that's sitting here before you. I am delighted that the folks on the panel are here. I'm going to start with Dan Trope, who's head of government relations for Garmin, JJ Miller, who folks know him from a long time for NASA and has recently departed NASA. So a lot of good monkey space stuff to share with us. John Gift, who is our Assistant General Counsel from Deere and Company, the iconic John Deere Company, and Paul Markey from, I'm going to let him pronounce it, TSF.
You can just say Telecom Without Borders.
Thank you, thank you. I'm going to ask them to give you all, 5 to 7 minutes about what their organizations and companies do. We have a range from an international non-governmental organization, government, former government representative, as well as industry that can give you a good sense of that. Dr. Whedon's GPS is used for that. They're the that. So really great crowd. And I'm going to start with you, Dan, since you're sitting to my left.
Great. I didn't think about that when I agreed to sit in this position, that I'd be the leadoff hitter, but glad to be here with you all today. Again, I'm Dan Trope. I'm the head of government affairs for Garmin. We are a good manifestation of the commercial side of the application of GPS. And for those of you, I think, have heard of us, in one vertical or another, most folks have come to contact with Garmin. We are a broad and diverse company. At our core philosophy, we're a company about helping people pursue their passions. But to that, GPS is the fundamental backbone, the fundamental technology to all those manifestations. We were founded in 1989 by two gentlemen. It's one of my favorite stories I learned. Gary Burrell and Min Cao, Gary Gar, Min. Originally called ProNav, and then when we learned that ProNav may not be the best name to have due to a potential competitor, we switched to Garmin, which has become an iconic name. But both Gary and Min early on were engineers coming up in the 70s and 80s and saw GPS, particularly after the allowance and use of dual use for civil applications as a disruptive technology that could be proliferated broader into commercial applications, which is why you have quite a few different varieties of GPS today, at least in the Garmin form factors. So again, we were first mostly known, I think, for a lot of folks in here in the late 90s and 2000s as a personal navigation device, the thing that got you where you were going in your car with a screen sitting on top of your dash top. As things changed, you either grow or die. So as the market evolved and the need for dash-top GPSs decreased, Garmin shifted, and Garmin expanded its markets, expanded its product sets, stuck with some of its traditional business segments I'll get to in a moment and grew those, but has evolved in any number of different ways, again, although utilizing GPS with its backbone. So today we have 5 distinct market segments that are driven, engineered, and then designed and researched out of largely our Olathe, Kansas operations, where we have about 5,100 employees out of our 7,400 in the US. And those 5 segments are outdoor and fitness, aviation, marine, and then auto OEM. So, I'd mentioned some of our traditional or kind of core technologies. One of the first things that Garmin became known for is, and we can talk about this later, but manufacturing aviation navigation equipment based on GPS. And we have some marquee products in that space. But aviators, particularly in the general aviation space, where we're market leaders for avionics and aviation electronics, know Garmin as a dependable, reliable, and industry-leading technology and solutions provider. So you have our application in quite literal safety of life applications, making sure your plane stays in the air, gets where it needs to go, and navigates safely, all the way to golf watches and handheld golf devices, which admittedly, I'm not a golfer. I do think there's a lot less risk to life and limb on the golf course. But again, same company, same application of GPS to enhance what you doing what you want to do to enhance your passion and do it either safely or do it hopefully with a fewer strokes. But on top of our aviation, on top of some of our outdoor applications, we are industry leaders in the marine area, like I said, with navigation, communication equipment for recreational boating, chart plotters, fish finders, and safety communications equipment. And then, I mentioned that evolve or die component. So again, we were known as dash top GPSs units for quite some time. But now if you talk about autos and Garmin, we're still doing dash top units. And we've broadened that into RV applications, off-road applications, as motorcycles as well. But, we're working directly with the auto OEMs to produce electronics, both for kind of the control units for their in-dash infotainment systems, as well as in select cases, even some of the navigation systems and some EVs as well. So again, a very broad and diverse application of GPS as a core technology in the commercial sector that couldn't be here without, again, the decision in the early 80s to allow civil use of GPS. And then also as we evolve post the turnoff of selective availability. All these things have kind of aided to Garmin to grow over the course of the past 35 years. And again, I think it's a really good avatar for kind of how GPS has manifested itself in commercial applications in ways that a lot of people haven't necessarily thought about in everyday life.
Thank you. JJ, I'm going to skip over to John since we're looking at terrestrial applications for now. John, do you mind?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Not at all. As Lisa mentioned, my name is John Gift. I'm the Associate General Counsel for Product at Deere, and I advise our Intelligent Solutions Group on all tech products. So that includes GPS receivers, telematics, could be digital. We have a feature called Op Center, which allows you to show any kind of data that you collect from the farm. But so I've been there for about 3 years. But I'd like to start first by just seeing who in the room knows anything about what John Deere does with GPS by show of hands. Okay, I guess we're pretty popular. Well, for those that don't know, we were founded in 1837 by John Deere, and we're a global leader in manufacture and design of agricultural equipment, construction equipment, forestry equipment, and finally turf products. But I'll focus my opening remarks on agriculture. So what we try to do is our core commitment is try to be innovative in the products we provide to our customers, which are farmers. And, we're trying to increase their crop yields and also decrease their inputs, which could be seeds, it could be herbicide, it could be fertilizer, and just help them become more effective. Because one of the things about farming is the labor has gone down and the demand has gone up. By 2050, we're going to see an increase of food demand by 50%. So we have to find ways to be more innovative. And one way we've done that is through the use of GPS technology. And Deere produces a GPS receiver called Starfire receiver. And it's part of our precision ag products, but the way it works is the GPS receivers just collect information from the GPS signals and then works with a G5 display and also a modem. It could be a terrestrial modem, which is called the JD-Link modem, or it's another modem, JD-Link Boost modem, which we're selling in partnership with SpaceX. And the fuel for all of this is data. Like now we have less people working in the field, we need more data so the farmers can be more efficient and effective. And so that's how we use, our implements or technology for precision ag. But let's start in the past. So I'm going to take you in the past, back before precision ag. So you had farmers working in the field for 14 hours a day, and they'd have their tractor, And the tractor, there'd be a center line, and the center line is just the middle of the tractor, and they would follow it for 14 hours, and it was very tiresome. And they had a lot of people on the farm helping them to, either till the land, to plant, or harvest. And now, in 2000, Deere came up with the first Starfire receiver, and that allowed us to use guidance systems. So instead of using a center line, now we're able to use automation where you can just type in something on the display, and you're able to just let the tractor kind of maneuver and drive itself similar to cruise control. So we started that in 2000, and now in 2023, we had our newest Starfire receiver, Starfire 7500, which allows you to get centimeter level accuracy. So it allows all the farmers to now navigate, set up field plans, which are called AutoPath. Also allows for the displays just to be used to collect information, which are transferred off of the platforms. But in the future, this year at CES, we talked about what we're doing. And the first thing is we have a 9RX tractor, which is an autonomous tractor, which with a tillage implement. So now, literally from your cell phone, you can operate the tractor. And it's amazing. Like, I've seen it, I've used it, but it's amazing. And then we're doing the same thing in construction. We're going to have articulated dump trucks do the same, and then we're going to have landscape equipment do the same. But that's where we are today, and that's where we're going in the future.
Thank you, John. Paul, I consider you the user on the panel, so let me turn it over to you to talk a little bit more about Telecoms Without Borders.
Sure. Thank you very much. So I'm Paul Margie. I'm the U.S. representative of Telecom Without Borders. We're an NGO that operates across the world with the idea of using technology to advance humanitarian goals. So we were born back in the Balkan conflict when our two founders were both doing more traditional aid activity. And it looks like there are some in this room who remember, like me, what was going on. There were a lot of refugees that were being forced out of their homes, and they were going into temporary refugee situations. When they would come out of the woods, the humanitarian folks would be sitting there guessing what they needed. Was it blankets? Was it food? What do you know? But the population knew a lot better than we did. And it turns out that what they were asking for were the sat phones that people had for their own personal security, because then they could arrange for their own aid. They could say, I need to get my brother in Germany. I need to, find my wife in another camp, whatever it happens to be. And so our founders recognized that and started using the sat phones that they had brought for their personal security as aid. And people would come out and they would have a little piece of paper hidden in their shoe so security wouldn't steal it, with a telephone number on it, because people, people still knew telephone numbers back then. And they just had a long line, an impromptu line of people to use their sat phones. And they created an NGO based on the concept of communication as aid, or technology as aid. And so now, many, many years later, what our team does is we do work in long-term emergencies, in short-term emergencies, and for training in between emergencies. And so I'll start with the short-term emergencies because it's kind of the easiest to explain, and you can see where our GPS use is there. So in a short-term emergency, we've got teams that are ready to deploy as quickly as possible anywhere in the world, and we carry a variety of equipment that is GPS dependent. When we get to the field, we do humanitarian calling operations, and that's what I do when I deploy. I'm aging out a little bit now, but I deployed to the Haiti earthquake, to the Philippines for a big storm, and to the earthquake in Nepal. And in each of the three of those, I would carry satellite equipment that was on my back that could create a little Wi-Fi bubble for a community that we found, and then personal communications devices. And then I was trained on pointing the bigger satellite dishes. And we'd have to use what we could find there, or the UN would do it. We also then do that for the other emergency responders. So a search and rescue team, a hospital, the airport in Haiti after the 2020 emergency, we would go and set up communications for them as well. All of that communications, all of that work depended on GPS when we were doing it. So if I am walking in the middle of nowhere, number one, I'm thinking about the team's personal security. And we have to know where everybody is because we're distributed. We don't have access to our own, we're not like blue helmeted UN guys, so we don't have security. So personal security is incredibly important. So we use GPS as our breadcrumbs to let our headquarters know where we are and to make sure that we're on secure roads versus insecure roads, which is incredibly important and really, really easy to mess up in an emergency situation. The second is whenever we're pointing these satellites, either whether I'm doing it like in the old days, literally pointing the satellite, or now when my phone is self-acquiring the satellite, that's GPS. And that has to be really, really accurate in a lot in multiple dimensions to make that work, because we've got to know which satellite we're going to be picking on its orbit. We have to be able to switch between satellites, and we need to be able to point it as well as possible to make sure that we've got the best possible connection. And then the last one, which is less understood, is assessment. So a lot of the times what we'll do is in the very early part of an emergency, we'll go in and assess the situation to try to figure out where the commercial network is up and where it's down. Where the commercial network is up, it's always going to be better than ours. And so we don't want to waste people's resources in going there. And so we send teams around armed with GPS to create really good maps. And we work with other NGOs like Map Action, some of you maybe have run into them, and UN agencies like UNDAC to make sure that we've got data that is as accurate as possible from a geolocation point of view to make sure that we can target aid to exactly where it's needed. So that's us. That's what we do. If it weren't for GPS, we literally couldn't do it. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Paul. JJ, take us to the air and space, please.
Hey, does everyone see what they did? We're at the Space Policy Institute, and they had the space guy go last. Coincidence? So thank you all for being here. I'm very excited to be here because I'm actually a graduate of the program back quite a bit ago. For me, this is like getting the band back together because I simply left NASA only 3 months ago. And so in that 90 days, you know, it is just like the GPS mafia, you know, just when you think you're escaping, they pull you back in. But I have to say, it's just been a wonderful, wonderful 25 plus years. The DOT Deputy Secretary had some really great things to say today. And when I first came into the government, I did have that job at Department of Transportation. That was my first government gig. And so I worked for Mike Shaw and Jeff Shane. And Karen was up at Volpe, but she's one of my most respected and trusted friends. She was the engineer that I would call at midnight, and she would take my call. But bottom line is, after a few years at DOT, I got recruited by someone in the room. I won't point at them, but I ended up at NASA. And that was a wonderful experience. I got to know all these guys because I was at United Airlines in the 90s. And United Airlines was the anchor customer for GPS. We bought 747-400, which had what was called the FANS 1 Boeing Honeywell avionics package. So Future Air Navigation Systems 1, basically it opened up airspace for us because we took a GPS-derived position and we reported it down to our Russian colleagues, and they were on kind of an air traffic control type monitor, and it actually opened up airspace for us. And so we were able to fly Chicago to Hong Kong, save a lot of money. And my job was to come in and fight the other airlines that were against this, like Northwest, because they felt it was unfair because they did not want to equip with GPS, right? So we were the leading edge. We should have been rewarded. In fact, we had to fight quite a bit. So being at Air Transport Association, met a lot of FAA and other colleagues. And one day I get a call, hey, we need you in Geneva. Geneva where? Geneva, Switzerland. Why? The World Radio Conference is happening. And this is 1997 WRC. And I recognize some people in the room that have been there, that were there with us. And the bottom line is the FAA said, we cannot hold the line. And that was very puzzling. How could you not hold the line? Because the US only has one vote, right? Amongst many, and the Europeans had a voting bloc. So I did fly to Geneva, and I ended up becoming a veteran of 3 World Radio Conferences, working with Dr. Pace and many others. I became the spokesperson for the IATA Spectrum Protection Steering Group, talking to the US ambassador. State Department was not happy with me, being the industry guy that I was. But anyways, bottom line, just to keep things short, that's kind of how I got pulled in. The bottom line, I think, for all of us is we don't just invest. We shape the operating environment to maximize that investment. And so since I've been at NASA, we've been able to do that. We've been able to push the envelope. And just out of curiosity, how many people in the room, please raise your hand, think that we can use GPS on the moon? I'm happy to see that. There should be more hands up. And I'll tell you why. In March, we landed the first GNSS receiver on the moon in history. We've got real-time accuracies of about 1 kilometer. We're still post-processing. A lot of this data will be released. We've been doing a lot of papers. Thank you for the GPS World and Inside GNSS stories. But bottom line is our task was really to push the envelope. And I can't say thank you enough, to Rich McKinney and Doug Lavero and General Marty Whalen and Chris Scalise and General David Thompson and Scott, because basically, to try to use GPS in the space domain, we knew we could do it out to GEO. And then we had a mission, MMS, heliospheric mission. We're halfway to the moon, we're processing. We could do the calculations with a high gain antenna and ultra weak receiving receiver. We knew we could do it. And so we finally got a ride on CLPS, or Commercial Lunar Payload Service. We were the 10th payload on Firefly, and we're just living it up because we're going in the Guinness Book of World Records. So let me stop there and just say thank you once again.
Great introductions, y'all. Well, let me start with you. You've had, you mentioned some of the places you've deployed to, Haiti, Nepal, et cetera. You've also trained emergency responders to use this type of communications technology. How is technology like GPS and telecoms viewed by people in these countries when you're coming along and trying to set it up? Or are they wary of it? Are they excited about it? How do you help ease that adoption in the middle of all these crises when sometimes they're just looking for fresh food and water, et cetera?
Yeah. So, it's interesting. I think that depends on who you're talking to. If you're talking to a population group, like some of the folks that have survived one of these things, there's no need to convince them that they need access to communications, or they need access to maps, or they need access to the products of GPS. If you're talking to, and this is over time, it's gotten better, but if you're talking to the aid community, sometimes it's a more complicated conversation, because they'll say, well, aid is food and blankets and sanitation, rather than thinking about the underlying raw materials of aid, which are location and communications and power, for example. And so, but if you don't have location, communications, and power, you're not going to do food and sanitation and security. But you don't have to convince that of somebody in a refugee camp. They know that they want to know that they want communications. I think they get it for somebody who is a refugee, that location is incredibly important to them. And often now you're dealing with people who expect it like air. That accurate location and and reliable communications just are always there. And in an emergency, they're not. And they might not be there because you've got terrestrial components that are compromised. They might not be there because of power. Power is, again, and like an just like location, a raw material of this stuff that people assume is always going to be there, and it's not. And so as the years go forward, it gets harder because people's expectations and their devices' expectations of those raw materials get more.
Thank you. John, one of the things that I've discovered in this job is just how important extending broadband to rural areas is to precision agriculture. It's a huge complement in and of itself to precision agriculture. And I noticed that according to the US Census in 2022, 21.3% of America's farmers don't even have internet access. Can you talk a little bit more about how rural broadband complements precision agriculture?
Sure, Lisa, that's a great question. Yeah, that's the dirty little secret about US. Everybody feels that we're all connected, but it's usually we're connected through population density, like the urban areas. But for many of our customers in the US, as Lisa mentioned, 20+%, if you're on a farm, you have no connectivity. And right now, data is the life stream of everything. So without connectivity, you get GPS signals, but you can't use automation. You can't do many things. So what DARE has done in the US and also Brazil, the numbers are a lot higher, closer to 70+% of not population, but the land doesn't have access to a phone. DARE entered into a partnership with SpaceX back in 2014, or not 2024, to use their satellite terminals to place on our tractors. So now we have connectivity throughout the entire US and also Brazil, which will allow us to send data on and off the machines. And we need high-speed broadband just because if you're going to do automation, or if you're going to do autonomy, you can't have kilobits per second speeds. You need more megabits and higher speeds than that. So that's how DARE is using, our partnership with SpaceX to increase connectivity in the US and Brazil.
Thank you. Dan, the Deputy Secretary of Transportation earlier talked so much about aviation as well as emergency response. And Garmin has, you mentioned earlier, my uncle raves about the cockpits that Garmin has, just they're elegant, they're high tech. He's been flying for 60+ years and is a huge fan. But you also have an important public safety role as well in some of your inReach technologies as well. Do you mind elaborating a little bit more about both of those?
Yeah, well, first, thank your uncle for being a customer. Appreciate it. I'd mentioned kind of the safety of life component to a lot of what Garmin does, and I think it's never more evident in two of the areas that Lisa just mentioned with our aviation products, but then also a line of products that we call inReach. They're what I affectionately call the "Oh no, I'm lost in the woods. Please come get me. I don't have cell service devices." But let me focus on aviation first, and I'll walk through a couple milestones that we have had along the way as kind of general aviation and GPS guided aviation in this country has grown. Garmin's been right there at the forefront to both enable the growth and then support it as kind of the regulatory apparatus has allowed that growth. So, Garmin actually in 1994 had the very first FAA approved IFR approach GPS receiver, right? So the first receiver that allowed for a purely GPS receiver, the GPS 155, that allowed for a purely IFR flight, which allowed access, particularly again in the general aviation space, to a lot of more rural airports that didn't necessarily have either ILS or a VOR equipment where you couldn't do a non-precision approach without GPS. So, one of the first out of the gate in the early 90s to be able to do that. And over the years, we've kind of followed up with additional enabling equipment, including the the G1000, which in 2004 brought all of the kind of GPS, and I think at that point GPS WAS capabilities in a receiver, and housed it in a kind of unified avionics suite in a glass cockpit where you had a multifunctional display and a primary display. So again, maybe you've seen these in commercial airliners at that point, but in the general aviation space and even business aviation space, you're not seeing all your primary flight needs kind of housed in 1 to 2 or 2 and some additional flight displays, including that capability with additional GPS navigation. And then, fast forward another 15 years, we hit, I think, what is one of our most proud moments from the Garmin aviation perspective. Again, a technology enabled by GPS, something called Autoland, which again, you've had variations of that in the commercial space for quite some time. But Autoland is, say you have an instance where you're flying in your small general aviation plane, and the pilot becomes incapacitated for whatever reason. You have a bad pilot, bad not necessarily being his piloting skills, but no longer capable of controlling the aircraft. You simply press a button, and the technology will automatically take over the airplane, communicate with local air traffic control, identify all the variabilities, wind, weather, weight of the plane, remaining fuel on board, and figure out where is the best option for it to land. Again, talking to ATC and the occupants of the cabin the entire time, and then land the plane safely and autonomously. And again, that's only enabled by GPS. And I failed to mention one other core step along the way was Garmin was a leader in helping roll out ADS-B to meet the 2020 mandate as well. Again, not just in the commercial space, but general aviation, business aviation, or manufacturer of ADS-B equipment, both from broad avionics to the transponders, transceivers themselves. On the inReach side, just really quickly, I was thinking about this while Paul was talking. I'm not much of an, I've already established I'm not a golfer. I'm not much more of an outdoorsman, but in the instances where I am, and I'm out of cell service, or for instance, a couple weeks ago after the big storms that blew through our area 2 or 3 Fridays ago, and my area didn't have cell service, I really came to value the availability of this kind of core technology that once it goes away, everything, including just calling an Uber, becomes harder. But we make a technology called inReach, which are handheld satellite communications devices powered by the Iridium network. I believe there's somebody from Iridium here today, that hikers, adventurers, or mariners, all sorts of various applications utilize to stay in communication with their loved ones or their primary reports, whatever it may be, when they're off grid and out of cell service, and they can use the satellite network to communicate either through typing on the device itself or through a cell phone, through a messenger application. And then in instances where they may become incapacitated themselves, have a fall, their car breaks down, they can't call for help, Garmin offers what's called a Garmin Response, but it's a 24/7 emergency operations center where on your device, your inReach device, there's a big SOS button. You press that, and from end to end, you have a professional at the emergency operations center who coordinates, who scopes out the nature of the problem, and then coordinates a scaled response with the correct PSAP in the local area you are, whether it's in Yellowstone, or if you're in the middle of the ocean and you need Coast Guard rescue or international rescue from some other international PSAP, to ensure that you, one, stay in communication with us, your situation is communicated to your loved ones, and then also you're appropriately rescued. So, it's something that we're most proud of. We've had over 10,000 SOS calls over the course of the history of that product, and one we continue to refine and help save lives on a daily basis.
Fantastic. Thank you. JJ, congratulations on that Guinness Book of World Records. That's an incredible feat and very cool on top of all of that. We've had a lot of conversations about the separate PNT constellations, whether from Russia, China, Europe. How much of that world record was enabled by other constellations, or can GPS do that on its own? What are the complexities when you start thinking about adding in other constellations for that purpose?
Uh, That's really the key to success. Our State Department colleagues run U.S. delegation to what's called the International Committee on GNSS, the ICG. And so we were part of the group that set that up maybe 16 years ago or so. And of course, you've got all the major providers in there, as well as the regional, so Japan and India, for instance. And we teamed up with the Italian Space Agency. They, of course, were using Galileo. And our 4 satellites in view were 2 GPS and 2 Galileo. So at those distances, you can imagine the Earth is way out here. It's a similar bad geometry as if you're tracking the Deep Space Network, right? So it's really antenna placement and things like that. And the availability of only GPS would not be capable. So to get that pinpoint position, you have to continue to build the spacecraft, the receiver, and the operation together in partnership. And so we are very firmly in support of continuing that type of interaction and really appreciate what the UN COPUOS umbrella allows us to do.
Paul, you talked about a little bit about your top priorities what are your top priorities as you're getting ready you get a notice saying, I need you to go somewhere. What are your top priorities? What are you thinking about as you're getting ready to go somewhere? And how are they making that preparation work and that planning? How is that making that also easier for you?
Yeah, sure. So one is, every emergency is different. And I guess I'm talking about a rapid onset emergency rather than a long-term emergency, because the long-term emergencies are incredibly complicated, and I don't want to give that short shrift. We do a lot of work on with refugee camps and all these things where GPS is also really, really important. But on the rapid response emergencies, each one is different, and you just don't know what you're going to walk into. And so number one is flexibility, like being able to arrive with really flexible equipment that is self-sufficient and that is going to work no matter what country you walk into and no matter what frequencies you have access to is really important. So we can't plan ahead of time and say, okay, we're going to have this team is only for this country and this kit of equipment is only for this country. And so we don't know where we're going to go. And so, one of the nice things about technologies like GPS and Wi-Fi is another one, is that they are accessible in almost every country on the same frequencies with the same commercial off-the-shelf equipment. And that means that we can do things at lower cost and we can do things with higher flexibility. And that means we're going to be more effective. So that's number one. And then number two is information. So the more information we can get, the better. And you often walk in on day one with very, very little information, but that's why that assessment component is so important. And so we typically send a small team in first with the UN to do an assessment. And then that's a kind of a geolocated assessment, which then we can have the secondary team with more equipment arrive, knowing what they need. And, is this going to be equipment we're going to have access to generators or not? Are we going to have access to roads, or are we carrying it? And those things are important in choosing who you send and what equipment you send.
Thank you. Speaking of the internet, JJ, what are the policy issues in moving PNT services beyond the Earth to developing, internet for space? Is PNT a part of that kind of conversation? Where are we headed with that?
No, I think this is a very valid question. So of course, with Starlink and now Kuiper, right? So for broadband in LEO to the Earth, I think that's it's all very interesting, and they're serving a lot of niche markets where people otherwise wouldn't have access. But I think a more interesting thing is when you look at a solar system type internet, I know Dr. Pace has been working with a couple of internet pioneers, Vint Cerf as an example, to actually be able to do communications for solar systems exploration. And because of the distances and all the rotation of the planets, we have to use special protocols like DTN or delay tolerant networking, right? Where you'll have the asset spin and hold the information until you have line of sight and then be able to transmit it. And that's a lot of timing, specialization that's required. So I think the PNT with those applications, will play an important role, but it continues to be developed. I know that Scott will probably have a number of forums over the coming years as that emerges, but I think it's a very good question.
Dan, GPS in sports is one area that I'm personally passionate about, and I happened to go to a World Cup 2026 reception, and I found another fellow passionate man who had a Garmin watch on his wrist, and he said, "Oh my gosh, this is like my running has improved so much because I have almost a running coach on my wrist. It gives me so much data and information." What other technologies besides this marvelous watch that you and I are both wearing? What other types of technologies does Garmin use that most people might be kind of surprised by?
Yeah, thanks. It's heartening to hear we have folks from beginner runners to, literal world class marathon runners who leverage our technology and our wristwatch to improve their performance. I mentioned the diversity of some of the things that Garmin does, and again, how we kind of use GPS as the backbone to that. It shows up in some pretty interesting ways, anywhere from on top of aviation and handheld satellite communicators. We make dog collars, smart collars for dogs, both on the training side, but then for hunters looking for their game, and use dogs to help identify where that game is and go birding. The dog collar in combination with a handheld GPS receiver enables them to um, track their game better and identify where it is based upon the dog's location. Similarly, we have GPS integrated into fish finders. So as a mariner, as a fisherman, if you find your favorite fishing spot, you can mark that on your Garmin chart plotter, enabled by Garmin cartography, by the way, which is a fundamental. We were talking about maps earlier. A fundamental component to the work that we do, as well as being a map provider and a chart provider in the case of maritime, and be able to set up waypoints to your preferred fishing spot, and then account for things like drift and other elements that GPS can help out with. So there a broad application of things. The last thing I'll note, setting aside running, we have a product actually for auto racing that and uses GPS to help you optimize your path on the track itself. Until you go around multiple times, it will analyze, where you were at certain points, how you can tighten up your line, so to speak, and then provide recommendations based again just upon the GPS data, along with other metrics that it considers and the various the technologies that we incorporate into it, even with a camera as well, on how you can improve your performance. So again, a common theme is how GPS can help you do what you want to do, but then also improve what you do along the way.
John, no matter where we drive around here, we're running into construction equipment. You see cranes in the city of DC. Can you tell us a little bit more about Garmin, or excuse me, Deere's role in construction, which is not something that people normally think of Deere about?
Yeah, that's a great question, Lisa. As everybody knows, we're probably known as an ag company, but we do have a footprint in construction. Two applications I'd like to bring up. First is Smart Detect. And one of the things on construction areas is when somebody's operating the equipment that they're backing up, they lose sight of others or other equipment, and there are accidents that occurred. So Deere's come up with a way, and it's a feature called Smart Detect, and it allows messages to be sent to a person whenever there's a near miss. And it takes the location of the equipment, the time and everything. And it's helped kind of reduce the amount of workplace injuries and accidents that occurred. So that's one feature. And the other one is called Smart Grade. And DARE uses GPS for if you're paving or if you're in a quarry mine to do the operations to measure how deep you're digging, because you don't want to, if you're not a quarry, but in a quarry, this wouldn't happen, but on a street, if you are digging, if you go too low, you might disrupt something like a gas line or telecommunications line. But it allows us to dig and measure how deep we're digging using GPS technology.
So, well, we've had quite a range of different products and services. I think Jason Kim and Chris Minich used the word countless on the gps.gov website to describe the different applications out there. We could continue talking, bring all of you up here and have you talk about the different ways that you're using this type of technology. I wanted to open it up to questions if anybody has any questions of the panelists sitting here. Sir.
Hi, my name is Travis Ghanem from the Institute for Defense Analyses. And my question is concerning spectrum sell-off. So from the perspective of a commercial company that relies on GPS to provide a vast variety of products and services for its customer base, how concerned are you about the potential of selling off a portion of the L-band for other commercial uses and their impact that it could have on the GPS signal itself? And see Light Squared, and I think it's Ligo now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll start off and just quickly say, I mean, over the course of many years, Garmin and then in conjunction with the GPS Innovation Alliance and then other trades, I think we've staked out a position pretty clearly in a number of public filings, supporting and advocating for, a quiet neighborhood, as we like to call it, where you have to be very cognizant of the spectrum use around GPS, given the technical specifications and limitations of the signal, and that you need to effectively guard that. And that needs to be considered in every potential spectrum action. I know obviously that there's potential consideration under the reconciliation bill the House passed last week as well. So, that hasn't changed. That's a pretty consistent position that you need to be aware of and protect GPS spectrum and, ensure that quiet neighborhood stays quiet.
Okay, if we're gonna go down the pike, I'm gonna stay away from Light Squared and Legato because I used to run the P&T advisory board for 18 years, and they made a few visits. But let me just mention, some new things that are going to come up and bring a lot of benefit to the United States in terms of national security. Golden Dome, it's a perfect example. But that will be a spectrum stretch, right? Where will they get all the RF that they need for that? So that's something to keep an eye on. I'm sure that will be a combination of both government and industry collaboration. Hopefully it's positive collaboration. From a NASA perspective, although I'm no longer officially NASA, as a former NASA official, I'll say the importance of protecting the dark side of the moon. We really want to be able to do radio astronomy and very key things in that unique environment. So although we're going to populate eventually with lunar outposts and so forth, we always have to keep that in mind. Don't pollute what is just so pristine at the moment. Thanks.
I'd just like to echo some of the comments that JJ and Dan made, but we're also a member of GPSIA, and we feel the same about GPS and just quiet neighborhood. And it's very important. And as you see, it's not just military use, but civil use. And if you were to, have others that could impair or harmful interference, that's the word or phrase, that would have devastating effects, not just for our industries, but for other industries as well, so.
Yeah, and I just forgot to mention too, and JJ touched on this, is just the need for collaboration, right? Ensure as those decisions are being made that all stakeholders are engaged in a deliberative and thoughtful process.
Other questions? Scott? Base.
I wanted to, given what John Deere does in terms of blending together multiple technologies, broadband, GPS, and so forth, and the importance of agriculture in a global market, what kind of problems do you run into or barriers do you run into in exporting, John Deere gear that has all this others? Starlink doesn't work in every country, so that's not always an option. Hopefully it'll work in more and other options coming up. But what kind of things do you run into with GPS, with other IT systems as you're trying to, promote your sales overseas?
That's a great question, Dr. Pace. Yeah, I mean, I think the key is when it comes to certifying equipment, especially telecommunications or telematics equipment, we just have to ensure that we meet the standards in all the different countries, and that's based on work that happens at ITU. So if it's a telecom, say, as you pointed out, Starlink, it's not certified that's an issue we face. Also, export control, that's an issue that we face as well. But we have a pretty strong export control team, and we make sure that we do everything by the book and follow the export control laws in the US and other countries.
Mitch, please.
Probably know the least about, which is the agriculture area. Although I do remember some of Brad Parkinson's kids doing autonomous tractors years ago. So the benefit, and Ron Hatch, of course, the benefit, of course, is that precision that GPS provides. But I've also heard when we've had some space weather and other issues, farmers have had to sort of sit there and wait for their plantings and other things. Given that you have that challenging environment, that rural environment, are you pursuing non-RF solutions, which could also benefit other modes of transport and other applications?
That's a good question. So I think you're talking about scintillation when you're talking about weather, or?
Whether it be intentional or unintentional, the fact that GPS is not giving you the performance that you were hoping to.
Yeah, so we have, let's see, we do have other RF technology. We have RTK. So if GPS, yeah,
it's an augmentation.
Yeah, it's augmentation. But I guess I'd have to table that question for right now, and I'd have to get back to you.
Think about your R&D budget.
Yeah.
Other questions? Mateo, I saw your hand up. Yeah.
Follow up on the question about a follow-up on the question about the spectrum, and it's back to jamming and spoofing, which is not a huge issue in this country yet for most, for commercial and civilian applications, but could become one. And so, how does Garmin think about that, and what are you going to do about it? But part of it is that more than 99% of users, which of course at this point is just about everybody, have no idea of how GPS works, and confuse the receiver with the maps and so forth, and have just a very generic attitude about GPS. And so that's maybe that makes it harder to build a constituency and a demand for complementary solutions, sort of political push and so forth.
Yeah, so that's a great question. In terms of, I think a dedicated response, or how we view jamming and spoofing, again, not to keep referring to the record, but I do think, GBSIA just filed comments recently on the FCC NOI and address some of these issues on jamming and spoofing, amongst many others. that Garmin supports. Ultimately, I will say we think about it in many facets. We do think about it in an aviation context because I know that is much more tangibly felt, particularly over in Europe and kind of the Middle East area. Right now, and we've participated in conversations around how to address jamming issues and to some degree spoofing issues in the aviation context. And then, how does it proliferate down to kind of more commercial products and what happens if there is more broad jamming and spoofing, non-localized, non-terrestrial based jamming and spoofing in the GPS area. I don't want to speak for our technical team. I will say there are a number of capabilities out now, setting aside discussions of resilient GPS and alternative PNT. That's multi-band, that's multi-GNSS, things that can help defeat or at least cut through some of that jamming or spoofing capability, combined with technologies that any number of our products have. I'm sure Deere and other GPS receivers and consumer electronic handset manufacturers have, where you can pick good signals versus bad signals to attempt to combat the spoof by validating against other constellations and other signals too. So, and again, that multi-band is an underlying additional technology. And then layer on top of that, we are looking at, similar to what was laid out in the GPSIA comments, that where does that alternative GPS, or I'd like to say complementary PNT, excuse me, where does that complementary PNT world go, and how does that provide a little bit of backup? That there's backup is a tricky word here, but where does that go to add some reassurance? So we're examining that, and then from a policy area, again, I think the GPSIA comments lay out kind of our vision in that space.
Okay, well, one of the things I like to do when I moderate a panel is ask for last thoughts. Paul, let me start with you. Any last thoughts that you wish you had said earlier or want to emphasize some points that you or someone else made?
I guess I'll just say thank you. I think a lot of the people in this room work for companies or agencies that that make this possible, and sometimes it's hard to explain to folks, either employees or funders, why this stuff is important. But I can tell you that it really is, and it has real world impact on real people in a lot of places. So thanks.
Yeah, I also want to say thank you, because one of the things that hopefully we've shown you on today's panel is just the civil use of GPS and the importance. There's, ag from Deere's perspective, aviation from Garmin's especially perspective, humanitarian use from Paul's perspective, and also space exploration. So I just hope that people think about GPS just outside of the traditional DoD mindset more.
Yeah, so I really appreciate, as a former government official, being up with my industry colleagues, and just like Department of Transportation through Federal Aviation Administration, NASA's not just a user. We're a contributor. And so, when you look at search and rescue, NASA pioneered what's called MEOSAR now, right? We're using basically beacons on GPS, and the rest of the world has taken notice and is doing the same with Galileo and GLONASS. And so you're getting to save people a lot quicker. You're saving a lot of resources. Another example is space service volume. We did not expect to use GPS for lunar missions, but with the support of the Space Force, we're now doing that. Let me just remind everyone, it's not just a simple, we're going to do this and it gets done. When we wanted to put laser retroreflectors on GPS, there was a lot of criticism because they asked, why would you laser GPS? It's one of the best known orbits in history. It's because if we're laser ranging, we can get much more precise data than the radiometric data that's coming down. We can compare that, and over time we can iron out the systematic errors and make the terrestrial reference frame tighter. So we're talking about going from a meter of accuracy to centimeters of accuracy, which helps us measure ice melt and ocean heights and so forth. And literally it was said, why would we want to do that? 1 meter is good enough to put a bomb on target. And so the bottom line is we have to remember, we have to manage GPS from a national perspective, a whole of government perspective, not just a, parochial thing. And I think we had some discussion in the beginning, so I'll stop there. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll also just say thank you. I do want to say, one, I think someone on the previous panel mentioned, the cumulative trillions, billions, trillions of dollars of economic impact GPS has. In our small corner of the world, again, just look at Garmin as a company founded in 1989, in at that time Lenexa, Kansas. Now, we're worth, it's a $6 billion plus annual revenue company. And what do each of our products then go and do, contributing to whether it's the economy or people's everyday lives. And I think it's really important to tell that story. And then finally, along those lines, it also adds additional stakeholders as we have those very high level national conversations about the management of GPS, the future of GPS, the future of alternative PNT or complementary PNT, whatever it may be. You have millions and millions of Americans, billions of people who rely on GPS in every facet of their life in ways they don't realize. And then they will feel it if it goes away or if there's an augmentation to it. So in a good way, that adds those stakeholders. And I think that's something to appreciate here. So just appreciate the opportunity to tell the story.
I'd like to thank all of our panelists here. They have, let me back it up a little bit. They've illustrated the power of soft power through Paul's work overseas. They've illustrated the economic power that brings additional benefits to the United States that people sometimes forget as they're thinking about national security, but national security is economic security is national security. I'd also like to say thank you to JJ for all of his years of service in inspiring space. I mean, you can't help but look up there and go, wow, there's a lot we can do. So thank you, JJ. And I wanted to close by just acknowledging that there are some Space Force guardians sitting at Shreveport for our Space Force base 24/7 that are making it possible for us to just wake up, roll out of bed, turn on our GPS navigators, turn on our watches, use it every day. And I'd like to thank them for all that they're doing because they often get lost in this conversation about these big policy issues. And without the operators, we wouldn't all be here able to tell this story. So thank you to them. And thank you, Dr. Pace and Dr. Whedon, for the opportunity to be here today.
Hey, thank you very much. We'll now break for lunch, and the most important part of the conference, which of course is talking to each other. And we some lunches available outside. We're going to reconvene in an hour, and so see you back at 1:15.
Good to see you. All right, let's catch up soon. Yeah.
The announcement is I lied. It was not 1:15. It was 1 o'clock. The date to get back. I was giving people an hour for lunch. My bad. You only get 45 minutes. Okay. And the panel self-organized, and this is their way of embarrassing me into saying that they needed to start. So we can close the door out there. And since I know we are live streaming, and so I want to make sure that for our online audience. Now let's see, we lost our moderator.
Didn't read the instruction.
He's having much more of a good time. Oh, see, people are blaming me out there already. See? Okay, so this panel, which we will get, is the success of GPS arguably is threatened by the proliferation of jamming and spoofing capabilities. You've had some discussions about that already. And Jamie became so much younger. Around the world, and these capabilities are impacting aviation, other industries. So this session discussing the threat, what strategies can be used to mitigate their impact. I have to say, from a kind of looking at policy evolution over time, I mean, we had some of the first GPS policies were about, is this thing a dual use, dual service, whatever you want to call it, but it was certainly more than just a DoD system. In the very first policies in 96, we didn't even mention spectrum. And yet for the next decade or two, spectrum fights became really central. We didn't really mention international systems, although that became a big deal. And so, you know, in the Bush 43 administration, as you heard from Rich McKinney talking about how we would work with emerging systems, not just in Europe, but of course, the existing systems in Russia and then new emerging systems in China. And see, by the most recent policy in 2020 talked a lot about resilience because it's also focusing on also what has changed each time when we do these policy updates. Not only does the technology change, but the policy environment changes. And the policy environment now is one where there are these threats, GPS, which are important because of the amount of reliance that we have on it. So I think it's particularly important that we have this panel here to talk about these kind of threats. Brian Whedon, you're filling in here as the moderator for it. We have viewpoints from FAA, from industry, from Airline Pilots Association, and from the Department of Transportation's Maritime Administration. So as they say in the DOT, multi-mode systems. And with that, Brian, turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Scott. And welcome back from lunch, the third panel. We've been hearing a lot today so far about all the amazing benefits and all the new ways we've found to use GPS and GNSS in general. On this panel, I wanted to dive into the flip side of that, which is all the challenges that arise from that, what I'll say, ubiquitous use. As GPS has become more heavily used, we have also seen increasing disruptions or interference with GPS, similar on the rise. I think there's reasons for that, but we can get into some of those as we talk about things on the panel. Those disruptions include both unintentional interference coming from, as we mentioned earlier, the increasingly congested RF spectrum, but also intentional jamming and spoofing. In many cases, that intentional jamming and spoofing is not aimed at the civil users, it's aimed at potential national security military uses, but it has this spillover effect that is impacting civil users. So we're going to talk on this panel about what those disruptions to GPS and GNSS in general are, how big of a problem it is, and what some of the mitigations might be. I just want to clarify up front that this discussion, we're going to try to focus on the commercial and civil impacts and not dive into the national security military impacts. We talked about that early this morning. It was mentioned there's a ton of work going on with finally getting M-code rolled out and other things to deal with what the military challenges have. But we're going to try and stick as much as we can on the commercial civil side. Joining this panel, I'll start at the other end. Ken Alexander, Chief Scientist for Satellite Navigation Systems at the Federal Aviation Administration, where he focuses on technical and safety issues with aircraft and GNSS. Andy Uribe, active commercial pilot who also volunteers with the Aviation Security Council of the Airline Pilots Association, where he advises them on emerging threats to aviation. Next to me, John Gehring, engineer with Aviation Office of Safety of Maritime Administration in the Department of Transportation. So now we'll get some of the maritime challenges, not just the aviation challenges. And then finally, Jennifer Warren, VP Global Regulatory Affairs and Public Policy at Lockheed Martin, which is a long career working on both public and government affairs, and also on global spectrum management issues, including within the ITU, which we'll be talking about. Ken, I'd like to get started with you. This is a nerdy crowd. We can talk technical a little bit, I think. Give us a quick overview on kind of how GPS, GNSS in general are used in civil aviation, and what do we mean by jamming and spoofing?
Okay, so our National Airspace System, we call it the NAS, was built on a range of ground-based nav aids, enabling fixed routes and intersections and approach procedures to airports, and then aircraft with inertial systems and our other legacy navigation capabilities had area navigation capability using random waypoints that could help enable ops off the airways. Uh, Today, we continue to transform the national airspace to what's called performance-based navigation. That consists of both area navigation and required navigation performance, which the ICAO navigation specs specify GNSS for containment. Um, that's something that is a challenge because there are uses of DME and inertial systems that could enable RMP, so we need to work to enable that. But today we depend upon GPS and FAA's wide area augmentation system or other international regional satellite-based augmentation systems like WAS. And the RMP and area navigation both enable airplanes to fly flexible routes and parallel tracks that reduce checkpoints, choke points, and delays. So in terminal airspace, RMP enables aircraft to fly very precise tracks that are close together and more efficiently use the airspace. So where area navigation could be used quite often because of the performance of GPS and required navigation performance, RMP is put in as required, and sometimes that's unnecessary. GPS and its augmentation systems, including the FAA's satellite-based WAS augmentation and a limited number of ground-based systems, provide also vertical guided approach capabilities. The primary non-GNSS one is, of course, ILS today. We had entertained MLS in past years and abandoned it, even though in the Air Force I did deploy that on a number of airplanes. And beyond basic navigation, GPS accurate position and time information with integrity is used by many airplanes to for a variety of functions, literally dozens of functions, depending on the airplane and the advancements of the aircraft and using technology. Older airplanes tend to be less susceptible to interference jamming and spoofing, but all using GPS can certainly lose those functions that are GPS dependent. And we used the things for include not just inertial navigation system updating, but also selecting and tuning nav aids. So if you're spoofed to a different location, your nav aids will tune to the wrong location. Setting angle and sensitivity for weather radar. Train warning and alerting systems use radar altimeter, but their primary mode, mode 5, uses GPS position relative to a digital database of terrain. So those capabilities are lost when we can't use GPS. And then we synchronize time across onboard systems, but also with ground-based systems for things such as satellite communications, controller pilot data link, and GPS reliability, integrity, and accuracy are an incredible success story, but at the same time, we are also vulnerable to interference, jamming, and even spoofing. So civilian operations today are disrupted daily around the world. As stated previously, we do not know of any direct intent to use them against the aircraft. However, it's not just military conflict zones where we have problems. We have problems elsewhere in the world, over oceans, over Western Europe, and occasionally due to military or government testing of some sort, but also unexplained outages. And it's our dependency that makes us vulnerable. We're not the intended target, but because we are so dependable on a single GPS satellite signal, unintentional interference can harm us. And when we have two signals, we are still vulnerable to intentional interference from military, but also counter UAS systems are increasingly being deployed that are disruptive of many of our signals. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And thank you for that. I think it's a good sort of lay of the land of what's happening and also kind of how it's used. Andy, I want to turn to you again as an active pilot, and you flew this weekend, right?
Did.
Okay, I'll talk about that in a second. There's a group called the Ops Group that released a report last September that documented GPS jamming, spoofing, impacting commercial aviation. If you haven't seen it yet, I would look at it. It's really, really well done. It's got a ton of amazing data on it. So from a pilot's perspective, how much is this impacting your day-to-day? Is it just international? Is it national? What's that like?
Primarily international effects, these days, but it's proliferating, so it's a good time to talk about it. In the Ops Group project last fall was an excellent collection of experts to try to determine what's going on and what should be done. When you think about the sources of GNSS interference, primarily it's nation states that are conducting jamming and spoofing in the interest of self-defense, so conflict areas. But there are some, and those are pretty much known. So, Ukraine, Eastern Europe, Western Asia, down into the Middle East. I was checking the GPS jamming map just a few minutes ago, and that's where they're having all the problems. There are other sources which aren't really prevalent right now, but have the potential to spread the harmful effects. For example, nation states employing GPS jamming and deception to protect high-value personnel from assassination. We've seen that before. We've seen organized criminal groups use GPS jamming to help mask their criminal activity, and that can happen anywhere. So right now, we're not immune. We haven't seen a lot of effects in the United States, but there's obviously the potential for interference.
There was that incident, what, about 10 years ago? It was at Newark where they kept doing the random jamming, and it was the truck driver who had didn't want his business tracking him, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So did you experience anything over the weekend, or was it okay?
I did not. So I went to the Middle East, and notably there was no indications of jamming or deception flying in or flying out, which is great. I've flown to this airport many times, and I would say 90% of the time you suffer some type of effect of either jamming, just the denial of GPS, or spoofing.
So when you're doing that, right? You're a commercial pilot, you've got a pre-planned route. Is it just now kind of routine that you think you have to deal with this? Is there something you have to do in the pilot as actively? Do the systems automatically switch over? What is that?
Yeah, so last fall, when the Ops Group was doing their great work, it became very evident that we needed some more guidance from aircraft manufacturers and regulators on what to do, how to recognize and what to do. So the Ops Group report has a lot of recommendations and procedures, which great reference material, but from ALPA standpoint, we feel very strongly that when it comes to procedures, pilots doing things in the aircraft, those need to be developed by manufacturers, operators, and the regulatory authorities. So we don't want every crew to have their own solution. We want to have a standardized way of responding to things. My airline flies into 2 contested areas right now, and they've gone through to the approach of just assuming it's going to happen. And so depending on some variables, weather, et cetera, we start disabling some of the systems, and we don't use RNAV approaches, for example. So we kind of undo a lot of the improvements in safety because we're just having to assume, to do the prudent thing, having to assume that there's going to be jamming. As far as indications, we can get an indication that something is starting to happen, but we really don't know how it is affecting the aircraft when we're flying real time. And we don't know, after we exit an area, if there are any lingering effects. So those are some of the things that we'd like manufacturers to try to work on, which is provide more awareness to pilots on exactly what's happening and what degraded systems capabilities still remain, and as they recover, what comes back online.
Yeah, because Ken mentioned, it's integrated into a lot of different things, right? And you may not know what the impact is, or if you were getting spoofed and you kind of drifted off, how do you know what the original location was? So John, I'll turn to you now. GPS GNSS is also used heavily in the maritime domain for a wide range of things. Can you talk about some of those maritime applications and what if you see some of the similar challenges and threats or not?
Sure. So maritime domain, the two that I would like to talk about is the automatic identification system. So AIS, maybe all of you know about this already, but essentially 60,000 ships out there within worldwide trade have an AIS system on board, and it takes its GNSS or GPS location, transmits that over maritime VHF. So other ships in the area pick that up. It's got the name, the type of ship, its call sign, speed, course, where, what it's doing. And that system was originally developed to prevent collisions at sea. And it's great for situational awareness, for assisting the navigational team on board. But it also is, if your GNSS signal is corrupted or interfered with, that also affects AIS and where your ship location may show up for others, right? So AIS data is important for many more aspects other than just navigation. Cargo tracking, a lot of maritime economic analysis is done with AIS data, accident investigations, fishing activities, environmental policy enforcement. We mentioned tracking pattern of life and illicit activities, and it's really a core part of pretty much every maritime operations center is that AIS data. And then the other use in maritime, very similar to aviation, is just navigation, right? So navigational charts, NOAA, National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, generates the navigational charts for maritime navigation. They phased out printing charts in December of last year, so everything's done through electronic navigational charts, or ENCs. They're great in terms of easier to update. You don't have to do physical paper corrections to charts. It also lets you do overlay of your chart with your radar, navigational radar, with AIS to give you a better picture of what's going on around you. International Maritime Organization, IMO, and the International Convention for Safety of Life at Sea, SOLAS, require nearly all commercial ships on international voyages to use electronic navigational charts at this point. Threats and challenges. So active jamming and spoofing has been observed in certain parts of the world. It was already mentioned. MARAD put its first alert out on GPS interference in the Black Sea for 2017. 2018, it put one out for the Eastern Mediterranean, and in 2019, Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf of Oman. So pretty much since 2019, there's been a standing maritime advisory on GPS disruptions. Just this last month, or this month rather, container ship MSC Antonia in the Red Sea ran aground on a shoal like 2 weeks ago, a week ago, with the signs of GPS spoofing part of that.
And there was a report several years ago, I think it's the port of Shanghai, there was all these commercial ships that were basically, AIS had them doing laps.
Circle, yeah.
Right, like onshore, which obviously is not what could be, what in reality, but that was
Right.
evidence of a spoofing incident.
Right. There's a great report called Above Us Only Stars that looks at the Black Sea, and the patterns of spoofing and putting everybody at the airport, or their speed jumps up to 60 or 100 knots, which isn't possible for commercial ships.
I think that came out from the Association of Old Crows, I think, put that report out.
C4ADS.
Oh, no, C4ADS. Yeah, sorry, okay.
Yeah, that report also highlighted, and that report was on the White House website for a number of months. It also reported that LEO satellites with software-defined radios can be threats to space-based services. Think SATCOM, SatNav, Earth observation. All those signals are extremely low power by the time they get to Earth, even though they're fairly high power in space. And a software-defined radio can affect them. Thank you.
Thank you. So Jennifer, turn to you. Another element, as I mentioned sort of the beginning, is not only some of the intentional interference, but the unintentional stuff that comes from just radio frequency interference. We talked a little bit this morning about the need for that. Can you put a little more detail into why we care about RF spectrum and how it's protected at the moment? Or not?
So this is where we like engineering-based regulation, right? Both at the national level and at the international level, or for those of you who know the ITU, at the ITU level. What's important is that the regulation at the ITU level in particular is really critical for flow down to other nations. And it is basically an essential protection tool for, again, the unintentional, what I'll call regulatory interference that can be allowed, hence the need for engineering-based decisions. So if you take GPS, L1, L5, L1, L2, and L5 are all allocated in the primary RNSS band. And so that band has a safety of life, safety service designation. And that's really important because it's entitled to a high, let's call it a higher standard of care, right? For use of that band, at least it should be. So space-based PNT operations are best placed in that allocation. And we'll come back to that in a minute. But in addition, also all satellite networks have to have ITU satellite filings, satellite network filings, right? So for those of you who aren't as familiar with that, that's a treaty-based requirement in order to launch and operate a system with any protections and in compliance with the ITU treaty, you should do a satellite network filing. Under the regulations that govern the filings of these satellites, GPS bands are subject to a special coordination procedure, which again entitles it to a certain level of protection. Those are all really important elements that are building blocks, particularly for, we'll put the US aside for the moment, but particularly for nations that may not have their own GNSS systems, but depend on them, whether it's GPS, Galileo, fill in the blank, right? To understand some of the work that's been done over the last decades on the sensitivity of a GNSS system. So they can implement that into their national regulations in the US and in some other countries that like to experiment a little bit more with RF coexistence. It's been a little bit more challenging sometimes here to try and mitigate what some might call regulatory fratricide between sensitive systems and emerging technologies that are looking for a new home for spectrum. And so we're always trying to make sure that every new class of regulator, every new class of policymaker gets educated, not only on the engineering side of this, but the economic, societal value of GPS, GNSS, so that when they're looking at the regulatory spectrum landscape, when engineering is not the decisive factor, that there's a full picture of the value of GPS. But to date, with one or two exceptions, most of the regulatory decisions have been engineering based. I think some have been a little bit more aspirational, and those aspirations haven't yet been proven out as being accurate. We're hoping to revisit a couple of decisions that have been made. But the reason that's important is what a country like the United States does is because we send that signal to the rest of the world. What's acceptable degradation to a global navigation satellite system. And then, the consequences for the industries that you heard before this panel, that you just heard from Andy and my fellow panelists. And so that international regulatory framework it has more significance than you might otherwise think, particularly if you're just, and I say just, doing things at a national level. You may not appreciate right away the significance of how GPS or any other GNSS system can be undermined by non-engineering based regulatory decisions at an international or domestic level. I'm going to stop there.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. And I think that last point of both the international and the domestic national, right? Because there could be questions about how do we coordinate and deal with interference internationally, but then each country is also making additional decisions about its national use of spectrums for terrestrial applications. And that's a whole other different layer to deal with.
Absolutely. I mean, so when they buy equipment that functions here in a certain way, and I'm not going to pick on a company, but a company that might sell some really great agricultural equipment here, they're going to want that tractor to work in the same way, or that system to work in the same way in their environment. So if we change the quality here, we actually can have ramifications for a lot of other export sectors of this economy, right? Because things may not operate in the same way there. Now, in the US, we are struggling to have adopted the 1 dB C over N as a interference protection criteria. It's international, but it hasn't actually been fully adopted by policymakers here. Still hoping to have that. It's a little bit controversial. But again, it's been something that internationally has been accepted, and we just need to see it applied domestically for non-federal sources of interference.
So can you translate what 1 dB C over M means?
I was afraid you're gonna.
Or maybe Ken can. So I gotta say, so I studied electrical engineering as an undergrad. I had to relearn decibels for my daughter's. I hated it the second time even worse.
So 1 dB, this is my regulatory engineer gave me this, so just to be clear, translates to a 25% increase in the noise floor. So if you think about that, that significantly degrades then the ability to track accurately the GPS signal. Just 1 dB, 25% in the noise floor. That's huge.
Ken, if I could go to you, I've been trying, we talked this morning about there's now all these international GNSS systems. I've heard that most commercial aviation only uses GPS L1, despite there being multiple GPS signals and multiple other signals. Is that true? If that's that true, why?
So there's currently 2 in use, but only one in Western states. The GLONASS system is used by Russian Federation and CIS states. Not for international flights into Western countries, but internally. And we've had a standard for that avionics equipment internationally for quite a few years. The Galileo system is operational now, and we have standards. They are in the ICAO SARPs, Standards and Recommended Practices, and we have MOPS, or Minimum Operational Performance Standards, for the avionics. We have a Rev A that includes GPS and Galileo and SPAS, and it is gone through a basic evaluation and validation, and we're working on Rev B and possibly Rev C. Rev B will introduce some jamming and spoofing mitigations to the extent that they can be done within the avionics. There's limitations as to what the avionics can do, but that's intended to complete by the end of 26, and then equipment may be upgradable or not with software. But the first equipment obviously will need to be tested and certified at aircraft installations, certified with that new software or new hardware and software. So it will be 2028 before we see some of the initial deployments of that. And there's a Rev C being considered that would include additional mitigations for spoofing, detection, and avoidance. And those would be a year later.
So it's a matter of working through the process. And my pilot friends would tell me that anything with aviation, you just take what you normally have and add like 2 more zeros on the end of it, right? So there's also probably going to be a cost challenge.
Right, and international adds to the complexity.
But there is a plan to be able to use more signals for civil aviation in the future.
Yes, L5 is not yet operational. It will be soon. So we've got 18 satellites approximately up. I don't remember the exact number, but that's pretty close. And we will have an ops capability on L5, and this new standard, the new avionics standard, is based upon L1, E1, L5, E5 to include the Galileo system and SBAS. So that will be a great enhancement for unintentional interference. But unfortunately, if you have intentional interference for military or VIP protection or infrastructure protection, because they're dealing with drones and rockets and missiles that potentially use all signals, all GNSS systems, then the mitigations against those will affect likely increasingly all signals and all GNSS.
So Andy, anything else that we should be thinking about from an airline perspective on how to mitigate jamming and spoofing challenge? You mentioned, you're already proactively turning off some of the systems. What else is being considered or being thought of?
Yeah, I'd say when it comes to a wish list in the near term, I mentioned better awareness for pilots on what's actually happening for the aircraft. But for long term, designing flight management systems that don't assume that GPS is always available and coherent. Right now, it's assumed it will always be available. And so now we are faced with how to deal when it's not available. We've got a lot of safety systems that rely on a raw GPS signal. Ken talked about ground proximity warning. That's one of the systems we disable when we go into this area.
Okay, that sounds like an important system.
Yes.
What does that mean? Do you have other ways to determine that?
Okay, sure. So we have weather criteria. So if we think the weather is going to be good at the destination, we can get underneath the weather and perceive visually, then we feel comfortable turning off that ground proximity system. If the weather's bad, we're going to leave it on. And if we get a false warning, it'll say, pull up, terrain ahead. We have to honor that, right? And then we determine, all right, are we going to now make a decision, even though the weather's bad, to turn that off? Are we going to divert to an alternate, that's outside of the area of interference? Those are some of the considerations. And what does that drive? Obviously, customer inconvenience, right? You think you're going to airport A and you end up at airport B 3 hours flight away. That's a lot of cost for the airline. And then, like I talked about, customer convenience. Another thing, let's talk about the, lately in the news, we've read a lot about the air traffic control limitations in the Northeast. And, there's a plan to modernize the national airspace system, but it utilizes GPS and components of the GPS to help increase safety, increase efficiency. So when that is denied, that means we revert to 1980s and 1990s levels of throughput. So, those are, interesting considerations when you're actually trying to design a system now that you're going to have to make an assumption that GPS may be denied to you.
So, John, maritime, same challenges, same solutions, or are you thinking about things differently?
It's a little bit different.
Or ships are big, they'll just avoid each
They
other.
all operate at sea level.
Not everybody, some's down below, right?
And our speed is a lot lower, right? So 12 knots, right? 20 knots, 25 knots might be a fairly fast cargo ship. So in terms of how maritime dealing with it, I think step one is to get the word out. Like I mentioned, those maritime advisories have been out for several years now. We mentioned Executive Order 13905 earlier. After that, MARAD had a a workshop on GPS jamming and spoofing. That's December of 2020. That was, at that point, it was fairly new. And we had some masters of commercial vessels come in and give us their experience operating in the Med and the Red Sea. See, Dana Goward was there as well, provided some scenarios there for us. Ships too have a lot of, only time I've ever been in an airplane is as a passenger, so I don't know what's up in the cockpit, but we have 10 centimeter and 3 centimeter navigational radars. We've got a gyro compass. We've got a magnetic compass. We've got any ship that's out there doing international trade. The crew is trained on using the sextant and celestial tables to do celestial navigation if they need to. And again, that speed is slow enough that you would have time to do some of those things. So I would say training though, training for loss of GNSS and knowing what to do. That ECDIS, the electronic chart, is going to have your radar overlay. So as long as you're going in knowing that, hey, I might be jammed or spoofed in this area, that I need to be more alert and aware of what's going on and double checking the system and not just solely relying and believing that it's always going to operate correctly. Still have dead reckoning with the gyro and speed over ground sensors. Nautical charts are going to have depths too. So the fathometer, you're going to have some other additional information to try to figure out where you're at. In the event of loss of GNSS, electronic charts too allow you to do dead reckoning mode or estimated position modes. Line of position, you can shoot an azimuth against some terrestrial landmark and do a back azimuth, try to figure out where you're at. So I don't think that all those are available to people in an airplane, but it's some of the maritime things. And then if you're looking for a technology solution, as the Deputy Secretary mentioned, I don't think it's going to be one solution. We'd had Loran in the past. You mentioned eLORAN. The crew does celestial navigation, but automated celestial, inertial, or other ways to maybe increase the resiliency of your GNSS base, like improved antennas, SERPAs, and things like that.
So it sounds like for the crews on the ships, there are lots of mitigations. But you mentioned earlier, a lot of the things we use, GPS, maritime, is through AIS is for tracking and monitoring. So that seems like a harder problem to
Yeah.
solve, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, if their AIS signal is messed up, then a lot of the like maritime operational centers are just getting that data in. They're not, don't have a radar or anything. They're just purely receiving that AIS data.
Yeah, Ken.
Yeah, so I'd add to a little bit for aviation. So certainly situational awareness, as was spoken to previously, is extremely important for flight planning and dispatch and running safety management tools to decide should we be flying here or not, and what mitigations do we need to employ. There's numerous open source and commercial and now government tools evolving to do indirect sensing using ESB as well as AIS, but also then there's satellite sensing that can do direct sensing of a aircraft's transponder and check it versus the ADSB position. That's fantastic. We have surveillance radar that is not only a controller tool for radar vectors, but it can also be used to validate the ADSB position along with other means. Jamming and spoofing are not going away, but it's not the end of the story. Certainly, we have short, medium, and mid and long-term improvements that are being planned by the manufacturers and by governments. And in January, the State Department issued an interim final rule that will relax the U.S. munitions list international trade restrictions on multi-element controlled radiation, controlled reception pattern antennas, SERPAs, they're called, for civil, commercial, PNT, and safety of life use. So these add a layer of protection against interference and jamming, and when combined with advanced antenna electronics, can also address spoofing.
Yeah, and it's something that Scott mentioned this morning, and if you ask me about deregulation, I always point to export controls as being a huge part of regulations that have massive impacts on industry, and that's good to hear that. Sorry, yeah, Jen. No, go ahead.
I just wanted to kind of jump in on this because I think another area where some of this help in anti-jamming is going to be the next generation of GPS, right? When we're talking about GPS 3F. And when you look at what that's bringing to bear in terms of the ability to, through the new payload, funnel RF power to create a much stronger signal, which will be much harder to jam. That is going to be a significant leap forward. And that's, you know, one spacecraft at least has already been built, but it's also going to proliferate the L5 signal. That in and of itself, coupled with some of the things that have been talked about, are going to make are going to be somewhat transformational.
Absolutely. And while you have the floor, anything other to add on the spectrum competition? Are there things we can do to manage? Because look, we're not making any more spectrum, right? And there's just growing competition, right? There's all the terrestrial innovation that's happening and wireless networks and more satellite services, all wanting the same spectrum. And GPS has got that nice sweet band where it is, and everyone wants in or next to that.
So it is having to really educate the policymakers to be conscious of their decisions, whether they're in Congress or if they're at the FCC, NTIA, even the Department of Defense. It's making sure all the stakeholders, DOT, I shouldn't have left you out, are active on the spectrum front and do not treat it as an arcane topic that does not need attention. I am probably, me and Audrey Allison are probably the most, oh, and Scott Pace, the most passionate on spectrum in the room because it is our Achilles heel. We inflict more pain on ourselves by not paying attention to spectrum on the front end than probably other nations do. We can do, but it requires a conscientious approach. And again, I use the term specifically engineer-based regulations. There really needs to be an understanding among the regulators, not just of the RF signals, but the use cases. Because too often I'm finding it's almost as if one RF engineer, if they build a wireless network, they can do every other kind of RF engineering. And I try to do the analogy of a doctor. You go to a heart doctor when you have a heart problem. You go to, you know, a psychiatrist if you've got a mental issue. You go here, you go there. You don't go to a GP for everything, right? So you do need RF engineers that are specific to understanding the use cases of the system and understand whether those use cases survive. So, and we still, and I had said I wasn't going to mention this, but I will. We still have a multi-year set of petitions for reconsideration pending at the Federal Communications Commission that have covered at least 3 administrations, I think now, maybe 4. It's one of the earliest reasons for the petitions was GPS, was protection. Now there's other issues, but put that aside. And it should not be that hard to protect what is a national asset that benefits civil, commercial, and military, but it has been. So there are lessons to be learned. I'm not sure we're learning them.
Yeah, as somebody who studies policy and there's a process, it should not be that hard, but there's so many different stakeholders in the process, right? And getting all on the same page and the other different incentives, it unfortunately is. We have time for some audience questions. Is anyone out there who wants to ask anything? Sir, I think there's a, should bring a mic around.
Haven't had much luck with this.
Works.
Matteo Lucio. So in the cockpit, is integrity monitoring, or for that matter, integrity awareness, maybe we should say, up to the pilot, or is there one system that monitors different systems and flashes a red light or something if, you know, there is significant spoofing going on or anything of that sort?
The aircraft, the flight management system takes care of that. And it will report to us, in very broad terms, GPS reliability is high or it's not. We don't, until there is the aircraft will sense a problem. And like, for example, once the GPS position has drifted so far away from the inertial navigation solution, the jet's going to say, hey, we got a position disagree. You need to take, you need to make sure that if you're going into airspace that has, navigation requirements, you have to account for the fact that things are starting to go sideways a little bit. So, again, it's good indication, or it's good information for the pilot. We could probably use a little bit more to understand exactly what's going on. If we have ground-based nav aids that are available to, the system will also look at those and use that to try to refine its position.
I'd like to tag on that for just a second. So we're trying to improve our use of distance measuring equipment, DME it's referred to not only be a backup to GNSS, but DME and DME inertial to actually be a complement to GNSS, used in conjunction with GNSS to help validate that what you're receiving is really coming from the GPS satellites, not from some spoofing or jamming source. So it's a challenge, but we're working that through ICAO and with RTCA and hope to move forward on that.
Lisa, and then we'll go to the back.
And thank you for all of that. It sounds like there's a deficit of trust right now, that there's some trust building that needs to be done with the aviation, the pilot community, maybe the air traffic controllers. What steps do you recommend that the government, that industry can take to help overcome that deficit of trust right now?
Right. I've been a end user of GPS for 36 years, first in the military, now in the commercial world. In the military world, we have gone through this evolution of use and understanding of GPS. So when I first started flying, GPS would be available for like an hour or two out of the day. And if I was flying and it was available, yay, it's great. But then the other 22 hours, we had to rely on our other systems and our airmanship to get the mission done. Then it was available, 24 hours a day and all around the world. And we, leverage GPS to accomplish the mission. And then we came to the realization that our enemies will understand that we use GPS and will do things to deny it to us. So we need to be able to execute the mission even without GPS. So we did a lot of training on reduced capability operations. So, you take out the GPS timing signal, data links don't work, comm links don't work. How do you get past, that chaos and still get the mission done? The civilian world is, making its way through that evolution. So understanding now that GPS is not always available, you shouldn't make that assumption. And as manufacturers and regulators, work through fielding new systems, having that as a backdrop, to make systems that are more robust, can self-recover after, GPS events. Those are the things that will increase our trust in, what's displayed in front of us when we're trying to, in this case, in the military, where you wanted to be lethal to the enemy and safe to yourself. In the commercial world, you just want to be safe everywhere, right? For everybody. And so having more trust in the system so that we can execute that job safely.
Question in the back there.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about maritime, but I really wanted to pick up on your conversation about general practitioners. And at least a general practitioner has an MD. The trouble is that when decisions are made by MBAs, that's when things start getting south. And as someone who worked in government program management and system engineering for decades, it was nice when engineers made engineering decisions. So I will thank you for allowing me to do that. But I think it's not unintended consequences, it's unexpected consequences. And I worked on the ops group report and certainly there, but I want to go to maritime. About 15, 20 years ago, the General Lighthouse Authorities of the UK and Ireland did a jamming exercise in the English Channel. And of course, their navigation went south. But every clock on the ship stopped working. The engines would no longer operate because it was an Ethernet between the bridge and engine control, and the timing for the Ethernet came from GPS. That, by the way, happened on a Navy first sea trial, and they figured that one out pretty fast. But to pick up one more piece, they could no longer use Marisat because they didn't know where to point the antenna. So the point is, we have layered and layered and layered safety of life as well as economic benefit activities on GPS. And the reason is, we always said, yeah, the impact of GPS interference is tremendous, but the probability is very low. So we'll check off the risk assessment. So I liked what you said. We have to assume that the probability of a GPS interference event is 1.0. Now you've got the impact. What are you going to do about it? So my question is, how do you test PNT equipment against everything you possibly can think of, even once in a blue moon, so you never are in a situation where you're surprised? Just think about that.
Can you put the ship in like a giant testing facility or something?
Yeah, no, I mean, guess that would be difficult, if not impossible, right? To do, you could do training, simulate some things, but there are some things that you wouldn't be able to without loss. I guess I could talk a little bit about a study that MARAD did, where as part of Executive Order 13905, we took one of the MARAD's Ready Reserve Force ships and did identify the different systems on board. We did a static RF survey. We took it out for sea trials for a week or so. And as we left land, using a spectrum analyzer to see what kind of signals we were getting as we got further away from the coast, and then taking that information and using that to develop a plan for a phase 2 where we actually went out and tested some technology. But yeah, that's a great question, and I don't have a very good answer on how a normal crew would be able to do that.
I'll say it kind of goes what we talked about this morning with its GPS is so ubiquitous, and it turns out when you've got this very reliable free signal available, people come up with all kinds of interesting ways to use it. And that then leads to these dependencies that you just don't even think about, right? The network timing being just one of those. We have time for one or two more questions. Young lady over here, and then Scott.
Thank you. So talking about the trust building, and also I know the GNSS is a first big large system. They have the function of the interoperability and the intercapability. So if it's not enough for the when GPS is not enough for use, so is that possible to transfer to the other one? Or if transfer to the other one, which one is the first priority?
Yeah, so you mean other GNSS systems?
Yeah, GNSS system.
Yeah, yeah, we talked about it a little bit. So we mentioned there is a plan to move towards using other GNSS signals at some point, but a lot of it is the certification of that whole process, right?
So we will have those capabilities for multi-GNSS, GPS, and Galileo in the not too distant future. However, they use two same signals at L1 and L5. So if they're jammed, they're jammed. It doesn't matter which constellation you're using, and any GNSS constellation or augmentation can be spoofed. So it's important to have complementary systems that are not dependent on those very weak signals in case you get signals that you can't trust.
Yeah, and we mentioned this morning with the interoperability is good in that it's easier to build a receiver to pull them all in, but all the signals are so similar that if you can jam or spoof one, you can probably get the others.
Yeah, now the advantage of the new standard for the avionics is that they have experienced this spoofing now, and they're looking to address that in the new standards. So it won't be because of multi-constellation, multi-frequency, which do help with unintentional interference. Unintentional interference is likely only on one frequency, not both, but they will have algorithms and other techniques to help address jamming and spoofing as well.
Yeah, on that point, it would suggest that we're concentrated in a few areas of L band, and when the Europeans went off and suggested C band, we scratched our head and says, "What are you guys doing? Why?" So frequency diversity, we argued against it because we thought it was cheaper to have everything on a single antenna. I think today we could imagine frequency diversity cost effectively more easily. But there's an argument against it now is regulatory. That is, because of all the pressure, it's actually, I would argue, and Jennifer and I can go back and forth on this, it's easier to defend where we are. Similar systems, S-band, for example, has lots of competition around it, but everybody's kind of got shields up inside the S-band, not asking for any more. So there's actually regulatory pressure to stay in one place versus diversifying. But an issue of trust, when you brought that point up, I wanted to, again, back to Jennifer. We talked about new generation of satellite systems maybe being able to do things like flex power. And the question is, who decides that? In a clear wartime environment? Sure, great, got it. But a lot of the systems you have now, you know, Syria, Eastern Ukraine, whatever, yes, they're sort of wartime-ish, you know, kinds of things. And so is this a subject that would come up before the GPS Executive Committee? Operationally, is it solely up to DoD? Does FAA potentially get an input, you know, in the use of limited power aboard the satellite, and for what purposes?
So I can always trust Scott to ask the questions that don't yet have answers. That's why he's also a great professor. So I do think that's a really important question because that process will determine whether or not it's functional as a solution. This is where I would say trust between the primary policymakers is going to be critical in forming that understanding of operations. But that should not be a barrier to having the capability to doing it. It's just creating, not waiting till, but in advance, preparing for what the rules of the road are. But I think your point is really important. I think the other point that I want to go back to that you made is, remember, as I said before, that the RNSS allocations have a safety of life status. Finding new spectrum in which to get that kind of protection for operation is near impossible today. And so protecting what exists and the standards of protection around it, even if it has chinks in it because of some regulatory imperfections right now, we can continue to try to smooth those out, but trying to rebuild that in another band will be, I can only tell you, I cannot imagine the debates that would happen within the United States before we even get to the international community. And they might be more robust here than internationally. It would not be resolved within my lifetime of work, at least.
Well, certainly from my perspective, GNSS frequency diversity has definite advantages, but also I'm a strong believer in power diversity and high power systems, and DME offers some of that, ILS offers some of that, VOR, VHF on-range radio offers some of that, even non-directional beacons, which pilots aren't too fond of, but very cheap, very effective, and China, I understand, is buying a lot of them right now. So I'm a fan of evolving our DME systems to be better used, to be more capable, to make sure we're using them to the max extent we can, and then complementing those with other systems as well in a layered approach. Thank you.
All right, with that, please join me in thanking our panelists. We're now to take a break and we'll be back at 2:30 for the final panel.
Today, 75% of software, we still believe in the interface between the physical and digital world, right? So which is the reason we are still in the high precision positioning and measurement business is we think that when you're controlling the blade of a bulldozer or so on, that's where the physical and digital world meet. And we have a big focus around the interface, even though a lot of what we do is on the digital side. But I think, in terms of the challenges, there's a lot of opportunities as well. So as we think about ubiquity of positioning and the future of positioning, that set of tools that we have used for a long time is still there. They're still important, right? So I think of the augmentations and the future of positioning to be a toolkit where you have GPS and GNSS. And Jennifer touched on this earlier. Is that number one is there's still a lot of R&D and innovation to be done in the core GPS positioning, actually. We're improving those things all the time in terms of the resilience, the performance, and so on. The challenges there, as you and I have talked about in the past, Scott, I mean, we've got to make sure, and we've touched on this in various ways today, is making sure that we have that nice quiet neighborhood, that space to earth signal environment is really important. And there's been challenges to that over the years, and that's something we always keep an eye open for. It's such an important utility for all of us. But I think there's also interesting technological challenges. So, I mean, on a venture fund side, there's space-based augmentations as well. TrustPoint is an example of that. On our venture fund side, we also invested in Zona Space Systems, this next generation of LEO satellites, where you control both the transmitter end and the receiver end, and that gives you other options. Again, you've got to make sure that access to spectrum and all those same challenges are there. And then, we see a whole set of terrestrial augmentations as well, whether that's distance measurement, optical, simultaneous location and mapping, laser, using signals of opportunity. Those are all technological challenges, I think, have a very fertile ground for further innovation. And then, the other bucket for me is more exotic things. Canadian just mentioned quantum, right? And when we think about our sort of longer term peripheral vision, I think quantum sensors, quantum magnetic sensors, quantum gravity sensors, quantum communications, I believe they will be part of the mix in the future, right? You have to open up the time aperture a little bit, but those are big technological challenges as well. In principle, they could be very, very good sensors, but there's a lot of noise and the modeling you have to do. And also, of course, the regulatory environment is important for that as well, how those technologies can be used and can they be exported and so on. So I'd say, a lot of opportunities and challenges, Scott, in that future.
I want to turn to Kara and kind of go, so, Iridium has been doing mega constellations before mega constellations were cool. And and survived from that. So you have all this long operational experience, then you do this sort of acquisition. What's sort of the value proposition that you think Iridium is bringing, to this discussion, given all the other stuff going on in the market?
I think it's just what you're mentioning. I think Iridium, over the history of it as a company, has learned not to put all of its eggs in one particular basket. In every sense of the meaning of it, you should have a diverse portfolio of businesses. You should have a diverse portfolio of solutions. And Iridium sees itself as one such solution. And we see ourselves as a fantastic one that we hope would sort of win out over others in many, many use cases. But as we've heard over the course of today, there are so many use cases of GPS and so much need for position, navigation, and or timing in all different scenarios. And there are solutions that could have one of those, all of those. Some things could be alternatives to GPS. Some things could be complements. We are position, navigation, and timing. We are both a complement and an alternative, but there need to be a robust ecosystem of solutions because of all the different use cases for position navigation and timing throughout the industry, both civilian and governmental. And we view ourselves as one of many solutions in there. And we think the market is large enough that there can be many of those and you layer those on. And there are also, you talked a bit about some of the challenges, and some of the challenges are GPS is free. And why are folks going to pay for something, an alternative to that? I think that business case is being found as we're seeing more vulnerabilities, but candidly, different solutions have different vulnerabilities. And it's about finding the right layering of solutions for each one. And as you do that, you can see what the cost benefit analysis is. So like in Iridium's instance, we're 1,000 times stronger than GPS and we work indoors. So while GPS is free, that requires, you to site infrastructure on the roof and wire the building for that, as opposed to having an Iridium equipment to complement where GPS may not work in the inside of a building. So there are just all these different use cases, and we view it as, not a patchwork, but just a sort of a robust atmosphere that can be solved with many different solutions. And so I don't know if I answered your question, did I?
Well, I guess for the example, your description, it sounds like Iridium is like a wholesaler solutions, whereas like John Deere is like a retailer,
Yes.
Retailing at that in terms of selling what that solution is.
Correct. Thank you for, yes. So Iridium's the network. I didn't explain this part in my intro. Iridium is the network. We're the pipe. We build the transceivers and the connections to the network, and they can be built into a whole host of different solutions. And the way that Satelles formed its business is quite similar. And so they fit very well into our existing business model. And we have over 500 partners as a wholesaler. We have over 500 partners that build equipment that connects to the Iridium network. So fitting a position navigation and timing solution, either within some of those solutions or separately, but using similar technology, similar end user equipment, just logically makes sense. And that model enables different products for different use cases to reach the market quickly and effectively and at cost. And so that's part of the answer to your question of, how does Iridium do it differently, and where do we view our sort of place in it?
So you're already in touch with the customers through your affiliates. And that's in the same way, I think that Trimble very much was not just a manufacturer, but something that was very much in touch, with we often, sometimes in industry run into these things where you have manufacturers who are doing their thing, but they're not really in touch with the market at the end user point. And so don't always have a direct feel, but you seem to have that direct feel. I know Trimble did. So how does like a new arrival, like TrustPoint, establish that relationship or that feedback from the market so you figure out where you want to go?
Yeah, sure. Sort of piggybacking off of Kara's metaphor, you mentioned all your eggs in one basket. We have a chicken egg problem where we have a space segment to build, and we have a ground segment, and maybe more notably user equipment that needs to be able to receive that signal, right? So we tackle that by starting with those who are most familiar, and we are working closely with the U.S. government, right? So we have contracts with the DoD and Space Force, Air Force, Navy, folks who have identified a need for complementary PNT, have invested in small businesses to make that happen. We've also started working with a number of the commercial receiver and chip manufacturers who ultimately need to receive the TrustPoint signal. The goal there with that clean sheet is to address the challenge of the perception that GPS is free, right? I mean, at its core, when we talk about the cadets who are managing GPS 24 hours a day, that comes at a cost. We also are taking a low-cost approach to it. If you intend on closing a business case around PNT, you have to take a low-cost approach, and we are building microsatellites that cost about $250,000 a piece, delivered on orbit. Right? That means I can put up a whole constellation for about the same price of a single GPS satellite today. So with that in mind, we also look ahead to ways the services are offered, and we look at bespoke services. We look at premium services. We look at
ways that we can implement basic things that we could do commercially to the user, like offer encryption and offer regional services, performance accuracy-based services, modify our waveform for government customers. There are a lot of things you can do to break the cycle of chicken egg by getting in with the customers who have very specific needs.
Okay, well, so as probably many people in this audience know, when people in the past have looked at satellite-based augmentations, there's no question that they can work. I mean, the physics is not the issue. The issue really is money, particularly in the equipment. And how do you get the attention of fab lines in Taiwan who won't even answer your phone call for less than, a million chip run? So there's a chicken and egg problem, as you say, with sort of that scale. What is it that gives you the initial scale? I mean, Kara, I would suspect would reply that what gives Iridium initial scale is existing customers. What do you think would give you initial scale to help get the equipment costs down, given that we'll posit that you've solved the space problem, but the equipment problem on the ground?
Yeah, sure. So a trust point architecture looks like more than 380 satellites on orbit, right? So that doesn't happen if I launch them one at a time, right? These are satellites with like a 5-year design life, right? So we're launching 75 to 100 of these things every year, and that's capital intensive, right? We have to have a solid suite of investors behind us. They have to be bought off on the business case, and you do that by demonstrating that traction with the biggest names in GPS, FPGAs, ASICs, receivers, simulators. That's got to be the path forward, and they have to believe in your solution as well. So using our first satellites as demonstrations for those customers have provided us some of that traction, and that'll only iterate as we raise money to build out the constellation faster than one at a time.
So let me put Kaneko in the spot then.
Yeah, sure.
So Japan, which was the first country that the U.S. had a joint statement with in 1998, in part out of recognition of Japan's role in like the car navigation market, as well as being a military ally and that sort of thing. And Japan also built the QZSS system, and we're flying space situational awareness payloads on one of those QZSS satellites. So there's a strong knowledge of GPS in Japan, strong policy connection. And at the same time, Japan is making new efforts with its Space Strategic Venture Fund to grow and incentivize commercial operations in Japan, commercial space industry in Japan. But I don't hear anything like these ideas in Japan. So what's going on?
Yeah, actually, Japan was a little bit late on laying out our case will be the RNSS. It started around 1998, as you said. But that was actually a turning point for Japan because we kind of transformed from one of many GPS users to a PNT service provider by our Japanese companies. And we're still on the verge of setting up our autonomous RNSS system. We have 5 satellites on orbit right now. It will go fully functional when we have 7 without GPS capability. And then we're also going to be fault tolerant by upgrading it to 11 satellites. So in Japan, really the primary focus is really to set up the QZSS first. And then, but while we work on these things, the threat environment really changes on an everyday basis. So we do acknowledge that spoofing and jamming and all these kind of bad actions are really things that we have to counter. And as you said, in the strategic fund, I don't think we have something specific for that technology, but there is a specific document that says the technical strategy roadmap is what we call, it actually clearly identifies security measures for QZSS in terms of augmenting message authentications and software radio and things like that. And also it touches on LEO PNT, which is I think a new technological development that Japan is trying to pursue. So we'll see those how will emerge in the future. And while I was listening into everyone's comments, well, I'll just make a general statement here, but if we have the LEO PNT, you have more power. I mean, the receivers would have more power, right? So the things that you have to worry on the ground infrastructure side or the user equipment side, you kind of knock down one issue, because the real issue of the GNSS was, from my understanding, is that the weakness of the signal, which was vulnerable to spoofing and jamming. So if you have LEO PNT, you don't have to worry about that. Let's put that as a pre-option. And so that means that you can put more resource and effort into the ground infrastructure side, which will kind of induce more innovation from the commercial sector, is how I see it overall.
Is that innovation on the ground side only applicable in bounded physical areas or high density areas like Japan is? How does that apply in, say, parts of the, Western Pacific or Southeast Asia, or areas that simply don't have the same population densities?
I don't have the answer to that, but I think this is just a general statement, actually, because if you kind of knock down one issue on the space layer, it gives more flexibility or innovation or more, technological advancement on the ground side. So my comment is really not about the regions, but more of a general thing in a terrestrial environment.
I'm seeing questions in the eyes of some other folks. Peter, do you want to?
Well, just a couple of comments. This question about, is the fact that GPS has been a freely available service an impediment to subscription services? And I don't think so. And so, like in our business, we have a sizable subscription business and a service that we call RTX. And what RTX is essentially is we have a network of high precision GPS receivers, GNSS receivers around the world. And in real time, we're taking signals from those, taking measurements from that network of reference stations. We're very accurately determining the satellite orbit behavior, the satellite clock behavior, the ionosphere, the troposphere, all the error sources in GPS, and we're doing that to a very high level of precision. And then we redistribute that in real time to a user base, which is global, either via satellite or via the wireless internet. And customers pay for that. It's a sizable business, right? And so if there's value there, and that service, that data services enables them to do something that they can't do alone or without it, and if it's reliable and it's robust and accurate, there's absolutely lots of examples of where you can charge for a service. And so I don't think that's an impediment at all, actually. I think it's more about having the right product, right, for the market. Another side comment, because Charlie Trimble, Scott, your comment about customer intimacy. One thing I remember Charlie Trimble saying years ago, and I think it's a really good little piece of advice for anybody in businesses. One of the most important things he got from his time at Hewlett Packard was this idea, not just customer intimacy, but they had this thing what they called the next bench, because in those days in the 70s, HP was doing a lot of bench equipment. So the next bench was, what's your customer, what are they going to be asking for in the future that they're not asking for now? Meaning, know your customer well enough and understand their business and where it's going, that if you could predict what they were going to be asking you for, then you could be a winner. It's an old-fashioned way of skate to where the puck is going to be. But that was the culture. And if you think that way, it causes you to ask questions about your customer. Why are they doing it this? Why are they doing it this way? What are their real problems? And I think that's something certainly for us in our DNA that we learned from him and from that experience. I think as long as you've got a good fit to the market you're trying to serve, I think there's lots of opportunities for paid services and subscription services.
Well, I'm thinking what Carol was talking about the number of areas where GPS falls short, indoors, underground, problems in a, sort of challenged environment. So there are things where GPS doesn't answer everything and it imposes costs. And if you can somehow monetize solutions to those costs that are being imposed now already, is there enough there to make something work? But you plainly seem to think that there are shortfalls.
Yes, and I think there are enough for there to be multiple different solutions depending on what you're doing. But yeah, that is the idea. And And I agree. I agree that subscription clearly, Satellis was a successful business before Iridium acquired it. So, clearly there is plenty of business for subscription services. I just was explaining it as one of the challenges that's faced. And I agree with what you're saying. I think we haven't gotten to this question, so I might be skipping ahead. The only concern I have, with purchasing of subscription equipment is, right now, the GPS is funded, and there are sort of commercial solutions out there that, there's alternatives and complements that are out there already that are coming up, and there are plenty of them. We're part of the Open PNT Alliance. There's a variety of companies that are developing and testing solutions. Iridium is, already tested and out there in the market. But there's a lot that are coming up, and having that robustness, as I've mentioned, is really important. But it's also important that the US government nor any other government sort of tip the scales to one being sort of better than the other, and just allow the market to sort of play out. I think that's the only instance where I've heard that there are some challenges in terms of a company indicating, well, we're going to wait and see what the US government mandates, and then we'll buy that one. And that can create, issues in the marketplace where they're waiting for an answer that's never going to come to solve a problem that is already there. So, but I do think that when the rubber hits the road and when they see those holes or those needs in areas, or the cost differentiation is right, they're gonna purchase the subscription equipment. It's really just a matter of how the industry grows and how quickly it grows, how all this plays out.
I mean, this suggests maybe a contrarian thought that maybe in some of these areas, the US will be in a better position to be a second mover rather than a first mover. Like you'll see, what Beto is offering. We'll see what Galileo is trying to offer with some of its sets of services and other people. And if there are areas where those are things where they are charging or trying to charge in some of those areas, they always used to complain about us. You guys are giving it away free and we can't make any money. And we're like, well, sucks to be you. Sorry. There's reasons, policy reasons why we give away free. But if people are able to make subscription models work in other areas, to some extent, those market experiments are being run right now. So, are there areas where you see you might be able to learn from overseas experiences that are happening now? Or do you think we're still so far out ahead that maybe not?
I don't think the need is a secret. Like, I don't think I'm going to learn anything by reviewing the tech specs of a Chinese design system, right? Like the needs for next generation applications, for autonomy, for urban air mobility, for drone delivery, they are reliability, performance, security. Like, I know I'm way oversimplifying this, but at its core, I think the needs are known, and the solution. If I had an investor in the audience, they would want to hear that we're going to be the end all be all of PNT. I actually do have an investor in the audience. And open for more if you're looking. We know that reliability, performance, and security will be performed by a variety of PNT solutions, right? LiDAR, radar, computer vision, IMUs. Like, you're not going to get a monthly bill from each of those services. Like, nobody wants that. That's not going to be the answer. Multi-GNSS is absolutely going to be a part of that. I think for basic services, subscription is the wrong answer, and other business models are going to win out.
Well, I prefer to own my own copy of Office, and I hate Microsoft 365, having to sort of pay for them. I'm one of those guys. But something we were talking about earlier, and I'd like to get other people's reactions to it. A lot of times there's a lot of angst in the GPS community, particularly as Beto is building out and looking, they're doing all these things, they're better, we're no longer the gold standard, we're falling behind and so forth. And you can make that argument if you look just on the specs, say GPS versus Beto straight 1-to-1, but I get the feeling from what you guys are talking about, and including our allies like Japan, that's maybe the wrong comparison. That, are we falling behind China in PNT in general? Or is that limited, or is that falling behind metaphor maybe apply only to maybe GPS in a narrow and misleading way?
I don't have a ton to say on this, but what I will say is that they are different models. One is a government-funded singular solution, and another is what I would call the American model, where there are many different solutions, and there's innovation from the industry in complement to what the federal government's doing, which is what's happening in the US. So I wouldn't compare them apples to apples. I think they're apples and oranges, and we're an American company, so we prefer the American system, to be totally frank. And I think ultimately, if the industry plays out the way that it seems to be, that the US will be in a very good position in terms of both GPS and the alternatives and complements to it that American companies are creating.
So when European Galileo was coming online, one of the concerns, and I think this still exists, is that Europe, in order to carve a niche for itself, will carve out regulatory requirements. So if you have, so the ability to sell into the European market, separate from the whole tariff discussion right now, but to sell into the European market, that there'll be requirements, to have, Galileo on board, or only use Galileo, or other sort of, non-technical barriers to trade or discriminations of some sorts. And we call that being regulatory driven as opposed to being market driven. Are there parts of the market where that's a real fear for you, that you're up against foreign governments? Or is that sort of overblown and everybody recognizes the value of having open competition?
So I'd say, Scott, for us, that is a concern in China, for sure. And I think probably Russia was the first, going way back on the telecom side, to say that, the phone would have to have GLONASS in it. That's what you mentioned this morning, that you do receive GLONASS in your phone. And one of the, probably I'd say the main reason why is that was a mandate. That was a government mandate. And if you're manufacturing those devices, or the chips inside them, if you've got to do that for one country, you're probably going to do that for the world. But we certainly see preference in China for systems that use the Chinese system. We don't see it so much in Europe, not that kind of interference in trade.
There was once a brief situation where the Russians required GLONASS only systems, and they had to quickly fall back because it simply wasn't reliable enough. The joke, I don't think it was a joke, but there was one where Putin was proudly showing off a dog collar that was GLONASS only, for tracking. And it's a good thing the dog was like a wolfhound, because the thing was like so big that any normal dog would just fall over. It just, didn't work back then. But again, poking on this sort of point about sort of the Chinese competition. So there's a regulatory concern about it. Is there a technical concern about them? Or how does China play, if at all, in your strategies? I mean, Kaneko mentioned threat environment, but, Kara, or trust point, just how are you going to compete against China?
Yeah, sure. I think in general, let me give a vision for how we could do better. We all attend a lot of these events, and we spend a lot of time admiring the problem, right? We have panels that talk about jamming and spoofing. We've got GPS 3 satellites sitting in hangars right now that haven't been launched. Like, we have not funded our most basic and important aspects of GPS today. Like, that's not great, right? Beyond that, we have visions for, an RGPS solution that you and I could debate about its value. And ideas like commercial PNT are absolutely accepted as part of the future and receive some funding, particularly on the DoD side, but not as much on the civil side at all, right? So, investment has to be made to stay ahead. I think it starts with your core flagship program and extends to the systems beyond it.
Okay, and great timing. We'll take a first question.
Matteo Lucio. So when it comes to augmentations, whether, ground-based, space-based, MEO, LEO, et cetera, the more the better, at least for now. But when it comes to GNSS, I have a bit of a provocative question, I think, especially for our Japanese friend. Back in the 80s and 90s, when GLONASS came online, surveyors were happy, the number of SATs doubled roughly. And then 3 or 4 years ago, when Galileo and Beidou were completed, again, more SATs in the sky, better when you're in, urban canyons and quicker first fix and all that. But at some point, we're going to reach diminishing returns, I assume. So I don't know what QZSS's plans, or for that matter, NAVIC, of becoming GNSS, global as opposed to regional. But at some point, when are we going to reach diminishing returns in terms of GNSS? And if so, what is the national motivation, if any, to pursue that anyway?
Well, first of all, as far as Japanese space policy, we still don't have plans for GNSS. We are still at the RNSS. And like I said, we're trying to come up with 7 satellites in the near future, because that would enable us with autonomy to PNT by our own capabilities. So I think that's number 1 priority. And actually the H3 rockets has been in operational now. So we are kind of in a steady course right now to move that in that path. But with regards to, I think your core question is about security and how we kind of secure our national security and all sorts of other securities. And as you know, Japan heavily relies on imports, for example, oil and gas. These are mainly shipped from other countries. These are really critical resources and goods to sustain our food security and also economic security. So I think, the government does really understand the importance of PNT, and that spoofing and jamming could pose a risk to the national posture itself. So that's why we are trying to invest in alternatives like the LEO PNT, while also leveraging commercial capabilities in order to augment the security part of the QZSS. So these things are in parallel. So not sure if I addressed the whole point of your question, but that's where we're at right now in Japan.
I would probably add that there is some actually natural boundary limits that come up. In the course, Jim Miller briefly mentioned the International Committee on GNSS, where the major players, providers get together and say, this is what we're doing. And one of the things that, we found at a very technical level discussion was some increase in the noise floor due to overlapping signals in the same band from QZSS and the new Korean positioning system. And of course, both have, national level priorities. So having a technical forum, there is a ITU requirement, Resolution 609, about how you're supposed to consult with each other and coordinate. But through that and through the UN process, I think we kept this away from being a political confrontation and made it a very much, as Jennifer maybe call, an engineering issue. So there is modifications in the power levels, numbers of satellites, and timing. So there's 1/10 of a dB left. But got in there. But I think the diminishing returns is not so much on consumer demand, because consumers will continue to demand everything. Okay, but the reality for space systems is protecting that spectrum environment, from increasing amount of the noise floor, and that will be a more fundamental limitation, I think, than diminishing marginal returns on additional satellites. That's me. But there's other opportunities, I think, for as you say, advanced technologies, and other systems that could be incorporated into LEO systems. So some of the exotic things that you talk about might be things that Iridium or TrustPoint might do.
Yeah, I think that's really important. I mean, we'll always take more satellites, Matteo, but at some point, there's an argument to say that the marginal benefit, if you're tracking 3 global systems plus a regional augmentation system, the marginal benefit of more satellites is going to start to drop off. Whereas if you can deploy a different technology. So I saw a Waymo driving around town yesterday. I don't think they're here yet, but that tells me they're coming. If you sort of get into a Waymo or an autonomous vehicle like that, a lot of what it's doing is coupled with AI, navigating the way as we as humans do, right? We look around us and we see things, and we're sort of positioning ourselves and mapping the world as we go. And that's what SLAM is all about. And I think that places where GNSS isn't going to work, and LEOs with higher power give us a lot of opportunity maybe for indoor positioning, but even then at high accuracy, there are other ways to augment where you're not in that same place on the S curve, and there's still a lot of growth and pushing forward to the frontiers. Same with inertial and gyros are getting, MEMS devices getting better and better all the time. So I would look at it in terms of those augmentations as well. And I think that's also part of the answer to the question about should we be worried about Beidou? I mean, Beidou is copying what GPS did, not to disparage it, but it is. And if you were building GPS today, you would probably do it differently with the technology that's available. And so, I think there's an argument there to make sure that the GPS system is invested in and kept competitive and vibrant. There's also an argument to say there's a lot of innovation going on, especially in the US. We see there's a very vibrant startup community, and don't lose sight of the fact that there's other ways to position, and some of those more exotic things as well. I mean, can't put a time on it, but I guarantee you some of those other sensors like quantum sensors are going to be part of the mix. And I think that's where it's also important to make sure that there's a competitive edge.
Dave.
So, hey, Scott, I wanted to start by seconding what you just said about the International Committee on GNSS. As a former U.S. head of delegation to that committee, and the head of a working group there for, 14 years or something like that. We actually tried to do exactly what you were just discussing, come to an agreement on where the diminishing returns number is for total number of global and regional systems. And we could never agree. The group would not agree. And there were two reasons for that. One, of course, is the sovereignty reason. None of the providers wanted to admit that their system was where you reached the point of diminishing returns, but also that body brought together representatives from multiple sectors of GNSS use, and none of them ever said stop launching satellites. There's always a way to use another satellite, and that's kind of what you said, so I wanted to agree with you on that. But now I have a question for the whole group. And this is about the idea that we are currently not competitive in the US with GPS because we're just not launching enough satellites. We're not upgrading fast enough. There's a lot of concern about that. But I want to know from industry and potential augmentation providers, is that a problem for you? And if so, can you explain why? What does not having what some people would say is not the gold standard anymore, how does that actually impact your business?
Do they really care about OCX or not? Or the insight?
Yes, that's one way to say it for sure.
Computer standard is that Alan's.
I mean, for you guys, I heard you, Chris, you talk about, yes, you'd like us to do it. We already said we would do like OCX, get on with it. But if it doesn't happen, is that good for you or bad for you? Given that you're maybe sort of the newer ideas for augmentations back.
Yeah, I don't celebrate challenges in government infrastructure. Like I want to augment a system to improve it by providing resilience and notably spectrum diversity, right? Like you mentioned sovereignty, which is huge, but from a commercial perspective, we are a US based company, but like what we really bring to the table is a different approach that I don't think is part of your diminishing returns calculation, right? Like I don't think, or we intend on providing something in a new frequency which would be outside of the concept of market saturation in this case because it just doesn't exist, right? So,
So I was just saying we should be doing augmentation and additional GNSS.
yeah.
Well, or as Ken Alexander mentioned earlier about power diversity, different kinds of systems that provide different power. So that saturation might occur in L band with these systems in this narrow box, but I think what you're hearing here is there's a bigger box.
Maybe on David's question about OCX. I mean, our customers aren't asking day to day about OCX, but I would go back to something that Lisa said earlier, which is the operational history of GPS is extraordinary. You think about it's like the power, right? It's only when the lights go out that you think about what it takes to deliver, the energy to the room to turn the lights on. And when was the last time you had a GPS outage? When was the last time you went and you're gonna get your Uber or your Lime scooter or whatever, and GPS is out again, right? Basically, it's never happened. There was one telecom operator last year or so thought there was one, but apparently it was just affecting them. And so I think it's one of the understated things, and you made the point, Lisa, about the operators, the Space Force have operated an extraordinarily good system. And I think if that changed at some point in the future because of underinvestment or non-delivery of a program like OCX, then yes, I think people would care. And so we shouldn't. And that's a contrast. I mean, you made that point, Scott. I mean, the GLONASS, look at the history of GLONASS. There was a period when that constellation had basically declined and was no longer operational. You certainly couldn't use it alone for the dog call or whatever. And, that's not a future I see for GPS, but it's also one you never want to have happen either, right? And I think there's plenty of opportunity in the private sector and in the innovation space. I think you will see LEOs that are built for PNT, and I think that's going to be a positive thing. But also, I don't think there's any room for complacency either in the core system.
I guess I would say, even though you didn't ask me directly, I'll answer it anyway. The response to it is sort of multi-level, different parts. I mean, yes, you can launch more satellites, frequency diversity, power diversity, satellite systems, ground systems. There are technical, kinds of responses one can do to continue to assure resilience. But another reason for doing all that also is the deterrence aspect. You want to make sure that GPS doesn't look like a cheap kill and that it takes a lot of effort if you want to go and deny GPS, not only to military, but to civilians. Because you can say, hey, it's really hard. You can spend a lot of effort, but it's not really going to succeed. Then you'll have, I think, put a marker down to deter bad actors from even trying in the first place, because hopefully it won't happen. Such resiliency will also be helpful against, unintentional things, space weather issues, and accidental things that happen. And then if you have bad actors who persist in doing that, then we're back to, I remember a study in the 90s about reliance on GPS and what about jammers in the field and so forth. There's a Defense Science Board study on this sort of thing, what if we're too reliant? And there's kind of an offense-defense trade-off. You can make GPS jamming systems really gigantic and wipe out an entire country for ability to use GPS, but that's a big truck with big power. Okay, anti-radiation missile goes right down the antenna and that's taken care of. So if you are that big a pain, you can be dealt with. If you make your jammer really small, like the size of a hockey puck, you can scatter them around the field and they're really hard to find and kill, but they're like the size of a hockey puck and they only go so far. So what you want to do is be able to set up resilient systems that help with unintentional interference, and where there are intentional systems, you want to be able to deter it, because really there's no sense in doing it. And if somebody is stupid enough to go ahead and do it anyway, you want to be able to kill them fairly quickly. And that will apply to not just military uses, but as I think it also applies. So what does that mean? Well, things like the FCC enforcement action, which they have done against jammers, and that becomes part of their continual job. Talking with other countries to make sure we have export control regulations. I know we all think those are evil, but in some cases they're really important, so that, exports of things that are intentional jammers, don't go anywhere. There are even some commercial products like pseudolights, which are wonderful indoors and under controlled conditions, but incredibly dangerous, if left out in the wild. So it's all about multi-layered shaping of that environment. There are regulatory solutions or technical solutions or military solutions to go in and shape what that environment looks like. Sorry, end of speech. Let me run down the panel and just kind of go, what is a takeaway message about the future of PNT you'd like people to take with them?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think I've made the case for why Iridium has a very viable, commercially operating solution that, we think has a strong business case given sort of the diversity of our different lines of business. But I think what I would come back to, there was a question at the end of the last panel that was about how aviation systems and maritime systems would test for all of the different potential sources of an outage or a, degradation. And I think the answer that was missed there, or that I could provide, is I think the message that I hope you'll walk away from with my remarks here, which is that we need redundancy. So you always need multiple solutions. You can't test for every single potential degradation or outage. You need to know that what you have on board, wherever you are, or whatever you're doing that requires position, navigation, and timing, is going to, they're going to back one another up in one way or another, complement each other, be alternatives. And while I agree with Chris that a subscription service where you're going from, one provider to another for different types of solutions is never going to work, I do think that there are always going to need to be multiple solutions. And that multitude of solutions, I think, is, that's coming up in the marketplace. And I just hope that as sort of somebody in sort of policy and regulatory affairs, I hope policymakers understand the necessity of multiple alternatives that have different technical characteristics that can protect against different types of degradation, and an outage is the best way to create GPS and PNT redundancies solutions.
Trust no one.
Trust no one and back up often. It's like when you used to have a hard drive next to your computer, like that. Sorry.
I'm going to echo a lot of what Kara said. We have to build a solution that is surrounded with resilience, and that looks like building a layered, interoperable solution that includes commercial innovation as a critical role within that architecture. And that's an opportunity that only in the last decade has been enabled by affordable access to spacecraft and launch. Only then can it close the business case. So excited to be a part of it. And thanks, Scott, for your time.
Maybe if the cost is low enough and so forth, we can deploy some around Mars and other places. This is a lead-in for Kaneko.
We've got a big enough job right now, but
Yeah, so everyone's comments is, directing to the Earth side, but I'm, probably the only extraterrestrial life guy. So if I focus on the far side, onto the moon and Mars, what it's what it's worth, what is actually happening is that, NASA and ESA and JAXA, these three agencies, are already collaborating to form a constellation of PNT services for cislunar users. And I think this is a wonderful beauty, I guess, because, if you look back at the history of the GNSS, it was a state-by-state, asset. And then we kind of understood the economic value and societal value what the GNSS can provide. Thus, we have formed this ICG where we kind of share information, and we started from compatibility, not interfering with each other, and then we started talking about interoperability. So that's the historical steps I think we took. And what's the beauty about the LunaNet part is that we've, from the very beginning, NASA and ESA, JAXA, they're already collaborating to form a constellation of satellites where they're trying to set up a common PNT signal coming up with a common spec. So I think these are kind of a demonstration of what we have learned from the past. And I think this is a great culmination of what we're seeing in the lunar domain. My last comment.
But it doesn't include China.
Yes, that's right.
I'm going to take this last opportunity to give Dr. Scott Payson a hard time and the panel this morning because transit didn't come up at all. And there's a
You
reason.
mentioned 621B and Timation.
Came after transit.
Didn't mention Minitrack either.
But I do have a point here, but there's a reason I bring this up. If you look at, so transit's got a wonderful history. If you're interested in history, you can trace it directly to Sputnik, literally, because Johns Hopkins, just up in Baltimore, Applied Physics Lab threw together a receiver to listen to Sputnik as it came over the US in 1957. And Geyer and Wafferbank wrote about this, but they basically conceived of, they said, oh, listen to that Doppler. I could figure out the orbit because there are a bunch of physics geeks. I could figure out the orbit by measuring that Doppler. And then they figured out, once I had that, I could reverse that process and build a navigation. And it so happened that they were trying to solve a very difficult problem for the Polaris submarine program of navigation. And they had a brainwave. This is how innovation happens, right? And so, but the point I was going to get to was, for me, the most important policy event in history of GNSS was Hubert Humphrey, vice president to LBJ, who announced that transit would be available as a dual use system to commercial users. And I think if you look at that moment in history and how many satellite receivers there were in the world before that to how many there were afterwards, the thing took off exponentially, right? So I think one of the most important lessons of the history of satellite positioning and navigation and timing is that dual use can be hard because you have competing influences. But I say GPS also shows that it can be done, right? But as Deputy Secretary Bradbury talked about this morning, there is a dual use governance structure, and is it always perfect? No, but has it worked? Yes, it's worked. He also talked about the programs going on right now to stimulate innovation and new startups in complementary systems. And he talked about the 9 selected programs. This is all good. These are all good lessons from the history, right? That you can stimulate innovation. You create the right policy environment. You can stimulate innovation in the private sector, and that's done a lot for GPS. And I think it will do a lot for complementary PNT as well, and for the future of PNT. I did have to give you a hard time for nobody mentioned transit. I couldn't let the day go
Somebody
by
could make
without
a
saying
more obscure historical reference than me. Okay. So what do Hubert Humphrey and Ollie North have in common?
they both had a shredder.
They both had a
But
shredder.
yeah.
But, I think the point about the innovation, though, I think that the remarkable thing may be the US self-restraint from not trying to tell people how to do applications. That's why I make that comment about Linux. They produce this operating system, but they otherwise let Adam Smith do his thing. The least innovative parts of the GPS ecosystem, I would argue, are those subject to the heaviest government regulation. So aviation safety for understandable reasons, military for understandable reasons, those parts that have no protected haven, whether it's agriculture, survey, those sorts of things, there's no government standard. Once you meet it, you're done. So the competition has been, wide open and intense in all those areas. So the willingness of the government not to try to tell people what to do, I think is a lesson learned. But with that, let me thank our panel. And let me invite up our moderators, Jamie, Lisa, Brian, and to tell us what does it all mean. Okay, so I don't intend to spend a lot of time before we adjourn at 4. I think that's just me and Jamie going, we're done, c'est tout, fini, bye. So we combine these two events. So we're between you and letting you go on for the day. But thank you, everyone who stayed. Pretty good audience for the whole day. Let me just go down the list and get what each of you sort of maybe took away from today, or what struck you about today.
Yeah, so I'll start by just saying two things. One, I would say it was mentioned earlier, we sort of put a finer point on it. In many ways, GPS and GNSS is sort of the victim of its own success. I think if you went back to the people that originally thought of the system and talked to them about just how widespread it is today, they'd be shocked at how successful it was, right? Well beyond the wildest dreams. But of course, then that leads to the over-reliance challenge we've been talking about quite a bit. So now the question is, okay, now what do we do about it? Now we successfully got it to be the gold standard. Everyone uses it, everyone loves it, and now what is sort of the biggest challenge? The other reason that I like talking about GPS quite a lot, and the reason I chose it to study it, is there are so many parallels between the challenges we talked about today with GPS and all the other dual-use technology, space and otherwise. Right. So this whole conversation we've had several times about, how can you encourage the commercial complements and how do they compete with the free government public service? That is exactly the same discussions happening in the space situation awareness world with the free public data that's being put out by the Department of Defense. And now the encouragement by me and many others to look at commercial alternatives and commercial augmentations, and how do you make those economics work, right? It's a very, very similar question. The whole discussion we just had on the multiple GNSS, right? And the point that they don't exist because the market says they should exist. They exist because of sovereign choices. And I make that same point. People ask, why do we have so many plans for mega constellations? I'm like, no, it's not about the economics. It's about the sovereignty, and the US and the EU and China and others all wanting to have their own version that they can rely on of this capability. It's the reason we have multiple GNSS. So again, for me, a lot of it is, what can we learn from this history of GPS and apply those lessons to some of these other topics where we have almost exactly the same questions coming up.
I get the privilege and the pleasure of running a trade organization where I get to see industry from the satellite side as well as the receiver side come together and deliver extraordinary products to all of us. And it is truly a privilege and a pleasure to get to see that on a day-to-day basis and to see real competitors sitting next to each other and really wanting to work together to make a better environment for all of us, whether it's in public safety, whether it's in consumer fitness, whether it is for the military, because our members do actually serve the military as well. What struck me today was, actually, I'll end on the note that Chris said, and I'll paraphrase something that Chris said, that we're all kind of in this get stuff done club. And let me take Top Gun as an inspiration, I think, because, and there's a point here, I'll get there. Since Mission Impossible is coming out this weekend in IMAX, Tom Cruise's pictures have been showing up in my algorithms, whether it's in Prime Video or Netflix or whatever. And
Maybe more about you than
it could be. Great point, great point. But something that both Viper and Maverick said is that if you fly long enough, you'll know people who have you'll know people who have died. And I was in the Air Force, and I was really struck by Andy's comment about the trust deficit that we have with the flying community right now. I had an office mate who passed away in an airplane accident. We probably all, unfortunately, know some folks. We had a really tragic accident here at Reagan National recently. And so that's what it brings me back to, the Get Stuff Done Club, in that we all have an opportunity and a responsibility, I believe, to be a part of that club and to get some programs delivered, take some action, show leadership, and what an incredible privilege, pleasure, and opportunity we have sitting in front of us to lead the way towards the future.
So I'll be very brief and just begin with the final closing piece, which is thanking everybody for their time today. It's pretty rare to be in a room for an event like this, and the share of people in the room who were deep contributors to the thing you're talking about as the topic of the day is like, I mean, it's probably close to 50%. Pretty impressive. So thank you. Maybe that's just a tribute to the geekiness of this community, but it's great.
To show up.
Yeah.
Well, it's also rare to have an event they can all talk about their knowledge, right? I mean, those are the study GPS, right? It's rare.
It's a fair point. I was struck that we kind of screwed up with our title for today. After listening to all of the conversation, I feel like we probably should have gone with enduring challenges and emerging opportunities, because particularly on the challenge side, while we've seen some increases in intensity of things like the jamming and the spoofing, the vast majority of the challenges that we're talking about are ones that have been in train now for at least a couple of decades, and in some cases more. But the path of the increasing miniaturization and affordability and proliferation of satellites, miniaturization and affordability of user equipment, proliferation of satellites, all of those things are still combining to produce these fascinating, almost network effect like addition of new economics and new opportunities in the sector. So the opportunities are really emerging and still not fully defined. To finally just echo Brian's point, this is a fascinating area in and of itself. It's also an area with analogies that are useful as partial guide stars through emerging policy questions. And so there are quite a few of the emerging mission areas where there may exist global level policy outcomes which are more efficient, deliver more sort of total social utility and more national utility than others. And we've ended up, not just by accident, but in part due to wise people with their hands on the tiller at the right times, in the PNT environment in a better than average possible world, right? This could have gone differently in many ways. And so I think we need that in mind as we're thinking through some of these other emerging mission areas. So that's where I would leave things. Again, my thanks as always, Scott, for the partnership in organizing these events and your remarkable ability to bring together a community.
Thank you.
So I was up on the Hill several months ago with former Congressman Jim Cooper, used to be a House Armed Services Committee, and he was a leader on the creation of the Space Force. So the idea of a Space Force, and I see Doug Lavero here, and he was deeply involved in all that. And as we went around the evening talking about different things that we had done on the Space Force, some people on the Hill, some in the White House, some in the Defense Department, other people have been in think tanks for a long time. And we sort of told the story of it. And I heard some news stories that I actually hadn't heard before. What came to mind was sort of like this very interesting relay race where people, come on the stage for a certain period of time, do their thing, something about Shakespeare strutting and fretting an hour upon the stage and then moving on. But people came at the right time in the right place to do certain things when it was needed. And I think of the longer sort of history on GPS and as it evolved. And I think your point about enduring challenges is dead on. And it's really striking how many people have participated. Yes, small world and all that. But how many people have participated, then moved on and did other things, and other people came on board. So whether it was technology development, market developments, policy changes, fighting regulatory issues, they all came in and played, I think, an important role. So you see kind of a chain of policy events going on. I agree with Brian on the point about lessons learned for other things. Certainly SSA is one of them. But I looked to Lisa and comments about the trade association. The trade association, I've said this multiple times to people, was very striking for the collaborative way it engaged with each other. Even though their companies were fierce competitors with each other, they had a kind of an evolved sense as to what was important in their common interests, so they could operate together in their common interests while at the same time being fierce competitors. And the same attitude was taken toward Japan. There's an emergence of a GPS industry. And so if you think about all the trade frictions and so forth that happened with Japan, this great story about GPS and Japan's emergence in this area as the other big leading leader in this area ahead of Europe is the trade friction that didn't happen. You didn't hear any trade friction. Why? Because industry went out and worked and solved those problems, and there were occasional issues, but that they got kind of resolved. So there's sort of a culture within, I think, the GPS community of, yes, get stuff done, keep your eye on the prize, what's really important. And that is so rare because I've also been around other areas, SSA, remote sensing, launch, okay, where that collaborative attitude is not there. They work together sometime, but not as much. So there's something interesting about what the industry structure. And finally, where we are going, in the future. I think that what we're seeing in the international regime now is, realism is the thing. You're in IR school. Sorry, I'm going to say it. Okay, structural realism, Mearsheimer and Morgenthau still rule, are affecting international relations. So that doesn't mean we can't have collaborative relations with other countries, particularly like-minded countries, but we are in an environment that is struggles between great powers. There are struggles over what the international order is going to look like. And on one hand, the GNSS world has been remarkably stable so far. I mean, we tell war stories about negotiations with the EU, and we're concerned about Chinese competition. But some of the really early wars over GPS were really early. And then the wars that we've had in more recent years have been much more domestic, and they've been over technologies. So I've had much more conflicts over time with, say, European telecom companies and US telecom companies than I've had problems with the Chinese or Russians, And so it's this is also kind of a different world that you end up in doing spectrum. I see, Audrey back there, ITU veteran. I have nice things to say about the delegations from Syria and Papua New Guinea. I have negative things to say about the UK delegate, So it's a different world with this policy, which makes it also somewhat unique. So that.
Did I hear you say right? You think Japan's ahead of Europe in GNSS?
Oh, not in the GNSS. They were ahead in the 1990s. Then they were ahead of the US because they exploited small, the car navigation, consumer electronics. And what was striking, this is again before the Galileo, we looked at Europe and said, they know how to do all this, but they're waiting for permission to go do it. Japanese didn't wait for permission. They just went and did it. But then as the market turned from being less of a consumer electronic item to being more of an information technology, they then fell farther behind. And there's other critiques you can make about, Japan built supercomputers, but doesn't have a strong software industry. So again, this technology gets involved in other kinds of activities. In terms of having a system, obviously, yes, Galileo is ahead and all that, but QZSS is no slouch, and the Japanese still are very, very serious competitors in the market, and Europe still, I would argue, punches under its weight in this area. End of rant.
Yeah.
Questions from the audience, last minute things you want to tag us with, anybody?
Thank you. in terms of Japan, I think their RNSS is mainly for the precise agriculture function. And I just wondering, I have a quick question for the Japan RNSS. For the earthquake forecasting, they still use a GNSS, right?
Well, San can correct me, but Japan actually has quite a sophisticated early warning system for earthquakes. Predicting, I don't know, but I remember, sitting in government buildings and pagers would go off that government officials had. And this was like noting there's P and S waves in earthquakes, and one travels faster than the other. And they would get pager notifications of earthquake coming. So is there monitoring at the centimeter level of tectonic plate movement and so forth in Japan? Yes, there is, but they also have a more fairly sophisticated earthquake warning system. So I wouldn't say that's an exclusive or primary role for QZSS. QZSS originally started because you had just high office buildings that created high masking angles, in downtown Tokyo. If you're in Shinjuku, trying to get a clear line of sight, to the sky was kind of tough. And so QZSS built on that multipath, from that.
So the other, maybe just a comment about the competition among the GNSS. I know the Beidou has the short text message function, but the GPS may not have. I don't know in the future. That's a pretty.
One of the, so yes, there's a short messaging system, yes, which is it has utility. Audrey or some other Spectrum person can correct me, but I think one of the things we used to talk about in ITU that they were operating these short messaging system on RNSS, radio navigation satellite system frequencies, and technically under ITU that was illegal for them. But China took a national exception and said, well, we'll do this in China, but it wasn't something that could really be rolled out broader because you're not supposed to use RNSS band for comm signals, but they were doing it for the PLA and other internal purposes.
Isn't Galileo doing something similar, I think?
They do have a message, but they're operating on correct frequencies. There's a slightly problematic conflict with Beidou.
Our companies have not opted to implement that capability into their receivers and devices. Just they have different solutions that they've opted to use to give that sort of messaging capability that aren't tied to their GNSS types capabilities.
JJ isn't here to defend himself, but he mentioned the search and rescue capabilities they have. And turns out one of the issues there is, can we provide a short messaging service on the search and rescue capability to say, yes, I've received the message, or yes, you've been heard, help is on the way. And it doesn't have to be long, but even acknowledgement. And so I don't know where that stands now, but I remember having a bunch of regulatory thrash about whether or not, sending a yes, I've received the message was legitimate or not. As part of the functionality of the NAV signal, or whether it illegally intruded on the comm signal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me pull a couple things together and maybe give you a segue for transitioning out. I'm really glad you said PNT, and I'm really glad you said great power competition. So let me suggest that the next one of these be great power competition and PNT. Because really, it's about the user, right? And it's about the service. And while there are all kinds of commercial implications and opportunities, all of which are good, this also ultimately, as you point out, is about sovereignty, about economic expansion, and it's about the great powers bumping into each other. And there's all kinds of soft and hard power implications of the overall PNT architecture and what's available, how well it's been adopted. There you go. I'll help you write the outline.
Well, so I think maybe not just on PNT, but I think we could talk about that across multiple different satellite space capabilities. One of those is PNT, but there's a couple others I think we can also talk about similarly.
Again, PNT isn't necessarily just satellite.
Of course, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But we are space people.
Well, I know it's the Space Policy Institute, but everything impacts everything else. So.
Well, part of the
thing that goes on in this solar system, sort of, internet stuff. The last administration talked about lunar PNT and talked about lunar time standards and things like that. We have this World Radio Conference coming up in 2027, and one of the things we want to do confirm there is frequencies for lunar comm and nav. China is already rolling. They have one relay satellite up. They got 2 more to go. We're still in the process of trying to draw ours out. So the thing that Kanika and I were talking about how lunar PNT now can maybe set the groundwork for solar system internet in the future, governance issues, it's being rolled out now. I mean, we will get to 2027, and there's a phrase about bringing frequencies into use, which is really, really important. If I can indulge me, when after Galileo initially tried to overlay on US M code, and we discouraged them from doing that, a little while later, China overlaid on the Galileo signal. And this, of course, now made the Europeans upset, and they came and asked us for help. And not that I was that upset about it, but I was, asked, okay, could you go do something? So I went, I'm talking to the Chinese delegation. And I said, okay, I noticed you're overlaying, the Galileo code. I have to ask, why didn't you try to overlay us? Why did you pick on them? And the great response was, well, GPS and Galileo are legacy systems. Beidou and Galileo are new systems with equal rights. And I'm going, okay, got it. Okay, so in that spirit, as we're looking at rolling out sat-nav frequencies and bringing things into use and solar system internet, it's really important that the US be fully present so that we have equal rights and that we are not considered, a secondary player. So that's part of this other larger great power competition, if you will. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Scott. So about 20 years ago in Toulouse at a European Navigation Conference, the question for the evening dinner was more satellites or more signals. But unfortunately, the signals they were talking about were only L-band signals that came from orbit. You talked about great powers bunking into each other. And I think, and you've mentioned ground on a number of occasions, but almost only in passing. And I recognize this is the Space Policy Institute. But recognize that China has invested heavily in literally having engineers measure time differences in fiber optic cable throughout the country. They've put in fiber backbones, they've put in cesium clocks, they've rebuilt and built out their LORAN system. They're prepared for a traumatic space event, right? And I'm saying that, it goes back to my system engineering basis. The customer should never tell me what they want. They should tell me what they need. And what they need is reliable, resilient position, navigation, and timing services. And we know that one size doesn't fit all. And we should also know that one piece of the spectrum and one system doesn't fit all. And since GPS has a ground segment, I think we should expand that idea into PNT having a ground segment and use everything we possibly can, because the user doesn't care where the signals are coming from. The user just cares about their performance. So I would second Mr. Goward's comment about using PNT as the important thing, where GPS is a tremendous contributor, but it can't be the only one. Over.
Maybe that's the last word. And thank everyone for being here today. And we are adjourned.